Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Unity. In our last game, the party had gotten together to formulate a plan to uncover the spy upon the boat that sabotaged the engines in the previous game. The party had come up with some various identities of looking about and had a plan to have Mika sneak into the rooms and find any sort of corroborating evidence that would indicate someone being a spy. Things did not go well, as rolls were just bad for the party. But they persevered and made their way through it. They were able to get a feeling of who would be viable and who wasn't. And the party now suspects, after chatting with various people, that there's a strong possibility the person they're dealing with is a changeling. With that in note, the party continued to move forward, hoping to discover any sort of clues or hints. They also were able to discover that the person disguising themselves as Sally wore a white gown, which upon reflection, after telling the captain told him that his wife doesn't own such a garment. So, with the party now available, we will say a day passes, so anyone who needs a long rest can have it. That means you're no longer exhausted, Andy.
Excellent. I am now a free man.
And we will pick the day up on the next day. For the sake of that Zaki is not feeling well for us today, Mika will be sick in bed until unless Zaki changes her mind and starts feeling better.
Right. God fucking damn it, Heath.
What?
Pronunciation is going to kill me every single fucking... Oh!
So who else is good at picking rules?
God, that's right.
Brightburn
well,
punch
Jericho
block.
could try.
Need it.
Vivek can break it down with his hammer. FBI, open up.
We need to borrow Micah's
Thieves' tools.
thieves' tools.
In addition to Jericho trying, Brightburn will ask Jade if they have any experience with that sort of nefarious activities based on their go-awayness.
That's a good question. I may actually look at her sheet, because I do not recall. What the heck was her background again? No, she does not have proficiency with thieves' tools, it would appear.
Right? We'll work on your specialties at another time. Jericho, it's all on you.
I don't see a problem with that.
I
won't let you down.
Well, we don't try to. While I do not like the prospect of breaking into people's places, it's better to not, cause too many issues on the ship by getting into scuffles.
Well, I mean, have we simply tried just asking nicely?
I would, but I always did say that some men are not as kind as others, and not as
Oh.
truthful.
Nonsense. Anybody's kind if you just talk to them in a specific way.
I don't think we have the goal for that.
I mean,
Kindness doesn't also equate truthfulness, though.
well, the way that I see it, all we would have to do is go up to somebody and say that we need to check the premises on behalf of the captain, and in my opinion, any relatively kind individual might let you look in for the sake of, well, there's a traitor on the ship. I think just about anybody, I mean, clearly we're all not exactly fond of the idea of someone doing that. Who's to say that we're the only ones on the ship that don't like it?
Yeah, I mean, some people might hide stuff, because
Okay, so...
look at Donnie. He didn't want to open the engine room. Quotation marks on engine. He didn't want to open the engine room due to Jade. So
Well, not only that, but Nani was also told not to, that other people aren't exactly allowed in.
yeah.
But more than that, what I'm saying is, well... how do I put it? Okay, let's say we are looking for someone that is kidnapped, right? And let's say that you, Uvek, are the person who has taken the individual. Let's say, Juniper, you stole Juniper. If we were to go around to every single door and say that there's a missing person, and if they could help, I guess look for that person, even if it goes into searching the house for that sake, I think just about any generally altruistic person would not mind having that, considering that a person's life is at stake. Hell, even the person who did the individual act might even go along with it as well in order to clear themselves of suspicion. If somebody reacts defensively, well, maybe we would have a better idea of who this might be.
It's no bold idea. I can definitely see where you're coming from, but not everybody is going to be. I do want to believe in the best of people, but sometimes it's you gotta expect the disappointments too. That's all I'm saying. But I am willing to give it a shot if you're willing to.
Well, I mean, it seems as though everybody seems a bit focused on this, and I don't want to get in the way with my own plan. Let's go ahead and try it and see how it goes.
What about you? What do you three think? And he just looks to Gwendolyn, Juniper, and Brightburn.
In Brightburn's experience, nobody likes to be searched. It's invasive. But in Brightburn's also experience, in some of these matters, you have to be a little forceful with it. Like Jericho said, somebody's missing. Altruism, all that enlightened crap.
Real quick, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but apparently I have exhaustion 1 because of the rations thing.
Yeah, and I can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Weird.
I think you might need to toggle off that mod.
The food mod or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that aside, continue. Sorry.
What about you, Gwendolyn? What do you think?
You're muted, Storm.
No, I just told.
Oh, you're talking through. Okay.
So,
What am I
if
thinking
it,
for what? Sorry, go
I think we're just kicking around plan ideas for the most part. Jericho's the only one with a solid one so far. But if it is a changeling, like Micah suspects, how do you tell a changeling apart from anybody else?
Still working on that.
I have no idea.
Unless one of us knows Moonbeam.
But, I mean, I personally think that we need not complicate things unless we have a reason to complicate things.
Would a moonbeam have a more visual effect on shape changes? Like, for example, if it were to be cast, could you tell that they are more susceptible to it?
Well,
I mean,
Moonbeam.
if you cast Moonbeam, they automatically revert back to their original shape the second they're in it.
Is it?
Yeah, you are automatically reverted back to your original shape with Moonbeam.
They make this spell at disadvantage. So it's...
What?
If it fails. A shape changer makes its saving throw at disadvantage. If it fails, it also instantly reverts to its original.
Nice. Unless they change that, I remember that not being the case before.
That's what it says.
So it's-
Give me a second, I'll double check that. I trust you, just it used to be different, I know.
Is Moonbeam something you have knowledge of, Gwendolyn?
When a
it
creature
said
enters the area
druid-
for the first time, returns to start turning the ultimate play that causes serum pain. Save throw. Shape changer must make the saving throw at disadvantage. If it fails, it also instantly reverts into original form. Can't be super different. Weird. Used to be different. Okay, I guess they changed that. I swear to God, it wasn't that. I swear it used to be if you were just in it, you lost your form. Because I don't remember that disadvantage thing being there before either.
Looking through Edoras, and it doesn't look like there's any record of it being changed.
Yeah, weird.
Maybe we're just all misremembering it. We all get wrongs.
Yeah.
D&D spells wrong, and truth be told, I haven't. The only time I've ever used it is when I played Druids for like the first time in Humblewood. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway,
Is that something Gwendolyn brings up? The Moonbeam?
I mean,
I
to
don't
be
know if
fair,
I would know that.
if you use Moonbeam, you would also actively be attacking somebody and possibly murdering them.
yeah.
Like, you don't know what a person's hit points are. That could kill someone.
I
Right?
don't know anything about Moonbeam, so all of these are questions.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, like, as players. Like, Moonbeam is a system only if you're okay murdering innocent people to find out. Because,
If
See, I
we
didn't know that.
kill them all,
yeah.
we find out who it is.
Yeah, because 2d10 damage will kill a commoner very quickly.
We're just gonna play the Among Us game where we kill everybody
Yeah.
until the imposter's out.
Turns out
Well,
we're
I
the
was-
imposters.
I was
These
just
guys
wondering
sus.
how it would work.
I mean, you wouldn't know by that standard. Like, you wouldn't know if they made their... There's nothing in a spell that would let you know if they made their roll disadvantage,
Right.
right?
Right.
So unless they failed, you wouldn't know, based off how that spell is done. Like I say, if you're looking for way...
Well, I mean, I'd say we go with Jericho's plan then. If Jericho thinks searching the rooms might
Okay.
be a way, I mean,
Oh.
at the very least...
Oh no,
have
I'm
engaged
reloading the
react.
thing just to see if I can. If Burger Time, I think, is that it was the mod that was messing with you guys.
Yeah, I think
Carry on.
search the rooms as well. That's our best bet.
Well, then
Oh,
with
as
a
in-
cheery pat on the back, Brightburn will... Or, yeah, with a very hefty pat on the back to Jericho, Brightburn will say, well, then lead the way. You pick where we start.
Oh well, yeah, I can do that, but oh, first, don't give me too much credit. This wasn't my idea to begin with. It was who mentioned the lockpicking again? Was it Micah?
Well, I mean, I asked Micah to search the room, but
Well, yeah, I can do that. I think that's what we're doing, correct?
I guess so. I guess it would be.
Here. You should probably take this thing. She hands you a similar potion to what she handed Michael.
So,
Wasp,
invisibility.
Yes. Invisibility potion.
Brightburn's gonna crack his knuckles and he goes, I got the distraction this time.
No, what? I don't think I've ever drank one of these before. What does it taste like?
Well, the one that I got was very fizzy.
I guess it's quite tastes like nothing, to be honest.
It's just water. Here, drink some water.
Ooh, I'm feeling invisible already.
Hmm.
It somehow doesn't have a taste.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with the whole way that the spell works. Does it work the exact way, or?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, good. Well, sure. You know, it saves me the magic. And as for the first door, let me think. He just kind of puts a hand to his chin, thonking. See,
So, quick question, Brightburn. What kind of distraction are you going with again?
Real simple one.
I do.
We knock on Sir Regala's door, insult his god, and let him kick my ass while everybody watches.
Uvek just kind of says, just raises a finger, but I have a feeling that he's not really going to be able to talk Brightburn out of this.
Do you think that I might want to just go for his room first, then? I mean, if he's going to be out and about and focused on a... Yeah.
I have my suspicions of him. The man of God should not be that aggressive.
Uvek's going to just turn to Gwendolyn and Juniper. You got any ideas?
Well, Juniper suggested that perhaps we could ask the captain if we could pretend like we're one of the cleaning crew.
I mean, they kind of seen us on board before, but...
I don't know if the crew have been allowed inside the rooms to clean up. I think that's it could be a possibility.
Maybe we should just ask the captain if we can enter other people's rooms to investigate. Might just be simpler.
Perhaps, yes.
Well, before we start breaking in people's rooms, Jericho, maybe I'll have a quick word with the captain, see if he will give us permission to do so. And I mean, that is kind of pertinent to an investigation.
Could you repeat that? I heard everything that you said, but I don't believe...
Sorry, I was eating food. Well, maybe I'll go and ask the captain first before we stop going into people's rooms. Just, ask if we can enter them without repercussion. Unless we destroy stuff, of course.
I mean, I don't see why you shouldn't, but I do feel as though we've been, I don't know, bothering the captain a little bit too much.
Well, I'll give him a quick question. I'll just ask him real bluntly and leave it at that then. I won't get too much. I won't take up too much of his time.
All right.
Plus, Brightburn doesn't think it would be bothering if he asked us to do this, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm. That's what
yep.
Uvek's kind of thinking right now.
I suppose that's a good point.
So yeah, Uvek will approach. We'll go up to the top deck to talk with the captain, Captain Tumblr, and said, "Morning, Captain. How is it fare today?"
Oh,
Hey,
there you are,
Camus.
Uvek. What is it you want?
Sorry to bother you. And I'm sorry about last night. With my crew, looking for this imposter. I know it's not very fun to deal with possible deal with possible saboteurs. And I hate to be a bother, but I was wondering if you can give us permission to access other people's rooms to continue on with this investigation.
So you're wanting to go through everybody's rooms and search them?
Essentially, yes. From what I was able to... Do we actually know what black powder is?
You have no idea what black powder is. No, your people, you would not know what black powder is.
Okay,
The captain told us what black powder was.
Yeah, he told you. Yeah, you know the basics of what black powder is that he told you.
It's powder that's black. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, it's part
Yeah,
of.
go boom boom.
Yeah,
It
like
makes it go boom.
you got. As far as you are concerned, it's magic black powder.
Fair enough.
Right? Like your character would not know the chemical like aspect of it. For you, it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
it's magic
My
powder.
character, I don't know.
Ah, it's soot. I see.
Yeah.
Either way, it might be pertinent to this investigation to help us find out who this imposter is.
So you're wanting to go through everybody's rooms.
Well, yes, essentially.
No, obviously I don't have any issues if you think it's necessary, but if I do it officially, sort of thing, the spy will definitely know what's going on.
That's why I'm thinking the party splits up individually to search every single room, just to make sure. That way, it's a much more fast and quick procedure, so that way they don't have time to change things around. And we would do it in we would spring it upon the ship.
So you want to tell everybody immediately we're going to search everybody's rooms. All at once with the party. Well, I suppose that might work. What are you looking for?
Well, notes. You mentioned black powder, so maybe perhaps we could look for that as well. If
Okay, so I'm confused. He never mentioned black powder. Why are you guys on the black powder about?
or the explosive, I thought.
No, that was the
The-
freaking exploding demon. Remember?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that was the card.
Oh, okay.
Or the
Yeah.
That
card shaped thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting confused. Like, no, man, that was a card. Remember, that's how you know it's a drow spy. Is they use demonic summoning to summon a demon with a demonic rune.
Probably for the any books on demonology or demonic, infernal, or abyssal writing. Maybe I was just thinking what else he could probably look for. Spellcasting components. I know that a couple of us too have that, but so we could still definitely try to identify it.
I mean, you could look for spellcasting components, but half the people on this ship use magic for as far as I know.
Yeah, fair enough, but how many rooms do we actually got to cover here?
1,
I'm
2,
curious.
3, 4.
Yeah, we should be able to split that up between 5 people.
At least as far as
and a paladin as well.
yeah, that's the 4th room.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, the captain's room. I'm assuming you're not going to search.
Yeah, we've already done that.
Well, that and if the captain was the spy, this would be a very weird way of him.
He's just throwing out suspicion, man.
Yeah.
Right. This is a question for the party. Why all the secrecy for such a mission?
We're
Why
not being
not
secret.
go?
That's why I'm asking now, so that way we can just do it. In front.
Oh, here's the thing. I mean, the reason for the secrecy is that if you fail, then they'll 100% know what's going on and might make another move. So, I'm not saying you can't do it, but be warned. If this fails, then the cat's out of the bag. They'll also know all of you are doing something about it. So all of your lives will be at more risk. Now, you can take this odd shot, I'm not going to deny it, but if it fails, there may be big problems. Like if you're unable to find the evidence you need.
Well, I mean, we were able to hold our own during the raid, so I have no doubt that the others are capable of handling themselves.
Oh,
I'll make
famous
sure to
last
present it.
words.
I'll make sure to present that to the party beforehand, so that way they at least they know. But
It's again, I'll allow it, but again, you'll have to be. This is a shot that if this one doesn't work, That's it. You're all pretty much. The enemy will know what's going on 100%.
This is the most colorful in character. Are you sure from the DM that I've ever seen?
That's
Like I just you've been dropping hit left, right, center.
I know. No,
Like, oh no.
I've heard from. I know. That's why Uvex just.
Yeah, like I'm letting you know that that's what would happen. Like if you explore everybody's rooms and we're looking for a spy, we're gonna search all your rooms, and you fail to find something, the spy knows what's going on, right?
Yeah.
Like right now, the spy might suspect, but will not be 100% revealed. But this would basically.
What about, and this is presented to the party, emergency maintenance that needs to be done to the rooms for the crew, similar to what Juniper said. Not a cleaning crew. I'm not sure if anybody's. Oh, we don't know. But if emergency maintenance needs to be done, like there was a leak, like people would have to go into those rooms.
I
But
mean,
why would
that
it
would
have-
be viable in the bottom of the ship. Mid-level ships, you are looking. Plus, why would you guys be like? Everybody knows you guys aren't crew members, right?
Well,
I mean, Ubek does know how to fix things,
Um,
so it makes sense for
I
him
have-
to do it.
You are a blacksmith.
I can still cast mending.
What are you saying, Storm?
Is there people currently? What time is it?
I mean, for the sake of this, let's say it's back into breakfast time because it's a new day.
So everyone's gathered together, or is it right before breakfast?
I mean, like I said before, most people are either in their rooms during the ship or in the common area. Though you will have people obviously above deck. Below deck, nobody almost goes below deck. That's, that's where the peasants go. But yeah, most of the people will be either on the main deck where you guys are now, or above deck to like watch the boat float. But
I do not need to go on that deck. I'm going to go on the bottom. I'm going to stand. Yeah, I'm going to stand just under like where it would be that those rooms would match up. And I'm going to cast Locate Object, and I'm going to locate Diamond Dust.
why specifically diamond dust?
Non-detection.
Fair enough. I'll allow it. You cannot locate diamond dust anywhere.
What a lead box.
I mean, you can't locate a lead box, Andy. Like, the whole point of lead is that it's undetectable by those kind of magic.
I thought you just can't locate anything inside a lead box.
Yes, Andy, but that would indicate you also can't locate the lead box. Right? Like, you cannot
fair enough.
locate lead.
Well, I mean, I get it. It's like, does the light stop and it's just a gap in your vision, or if it's like literally passes through, like if we're using light as an analogy.
I mean, I would look at it like X-rays, I suppose, where it would stop it from going through, but you can't still locate it, right?
The description is the spell can locate any object. The spell can't locate an object if any thickness of lead blocks a direct path between you and the object.
Which, if here's the thing, any thickness to me indicates that it cannot detect the lead, because if you're trying to detect lead, then the lead is the thickness of lead, right? Like, where do you draw the line? That's how I dictate the spell. Lead cannot be detected through locate object, because one molecule of lead, by definition, would be a thickness of lead, right? So, by that definition, to me, means it cannot detect lead. Right? Like, lead is immune to the spell. That's why if you cover something in lead, you cannot see it.
It's DM roll. Just let's leave it.
Let's move on.
Well, Gwendolyn, it's a brilliant plan. What about the robe? Or the gown? The white gown that Jade saw them wearing?
Oh yeah, that is actually a good idea.
If changelings can't change their clothes unless they got rid of it.
She will cast Locate Object on that as well. On the gown.
I mean, you would just locate a white gown.
The
You'd
the
read-
specific.
You never saw it.
You never
Oh,
saw it, right? So you
That's
can't.
correct.
You only got a description. So, and you could cast it, but you would get several white gowns in the area.
Yeah.
One
I mean, we could
more-
collect them all and then just have the goblin say, which one did you see out of all these? Because they could have
Well, that
different
means
patterns.
we need to go into people's rooms and collect those gowns, which doesn't.
And then they would know about it. All right, last item that it might work for. I know we have a broken metallic rune thing. Can you scry on a metallic rune thing, or would it only show us the broken we have?
The thing that we have that has the rune on it.
Yeah,
would-
kind of like Uvek was looking for demonic runes. Could you scry on a demonic rune?
I don't think.
That's not an object, technically.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
These
no.
are all just questions.
Yeah, that's fair. That's not an object. You can't.
Jericho is going to look for Shuffles.
Okay.
And do I find her?
Yeah, it's easy enough, dude. The ship's not that big.
Awesome. All right. And Jericho is just gonna walk up to her, and at first he kind of thinks, "Should I do this?" And it's just like, shoot, whatever. And he'll just be like, hi, Miss Shuffles.
Oh, Jericho, how are you doing, my sweet thing?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. I just wanted to ask you a question about, how do I put it? Could I talk to you in private by chance?
I suppose so. Would you like to go to my room?
Oh, sure.
Okay, she takes you to her room.
All right, and basically at the moment that they enter the room, Jericho kind of just he just kind of slides against the wall, and he's just sighs. And it's just, oh, this is so frustrating. Okay, so let's say hypothetically, you were trying to find dirt on a person, right? And there was just nothing coming up, or you couldn't find out a specific way to find something out without getting yourself in trouble. How would you go about it?
Well, if you're trying to discover dirt without being noticeable, I suppose one system about doing it would be to ask each person individually the questions. See if you could find a hole in the stories they tell you.
Oh, so like a sort of interrogative work.
A bit of interrogation. You don't have to be so abrupt with it, but just ask questions. See if there's holes or plots in the story, I suppose. Other ways I suppose you could do it is, obviously, there are those who have the ability to sneak into rooms and search them invisibly, stuff like that.
You know what? I don't know why I never thought about that. Oh, gosh. You're so smart, I could do nothing to you. Thank you so much for your time, and he will just immediately leave.
Jericho.
You know, I hate it. I always love it when you come, but I do love to see you leave. She was.
Just hears as you hear the timber in the room and his voice slowly echoing out, and he's just like, "That's great! If only I understood what that meant." And he's gonna run back to his pals.
Okay.
And he's just gonna door slam open, but if there's not doors, it's just gonna be him doing the same motion, but there's no door. And he's just like, "Guys, I think I have an idea."
Here.
So, I think we've been going at this about the wrong way. We've been thinking about it from the sort of subterfuge or aggressions and intimidations and whatnot, but what if we really were to kind of go along with, say, my route? Not entirely. Shuffles was mainly the one who got me this idea, but I was thinking, right, what if we were to just go about and almost, I guess, interview the others about what happened that night, and I don't know, where were they, and things of that sort?
Well, I mean, it's not the worst idea, but again, same issue comes up when we talk about breaking into people's rooms. People are going to start to suspect.
Well,
that we're
I
looking
don't.
for them.
I don't necessarily think that. It's more so. Here, let's put it this way. If I were a person who, how'd I put this? It just so happens that I can consider myself pretty good at fibbing, and it just so happens that if I were to be asked something of the sort that would put me in suspicion of something, I would simply work around it. You know? It doesn't necessarily mean that, people are immediately onto something or anything of that sort. If anything, doing a rash move after being, interviewed or interrogated or anything of that sort, that would kind of just red mark you and prevent you from actually hitting the objective that you want. Because ultimately, the spy failed in this instance.
Jericho, you
Yes?
said you talked to Shuffles about this.
Oh yeah.
What did you say?
I can't remember in particular. I was kind of just was averting eye contact with her at all times. But all I know is that she gave me some pretty good advice, and I think it's worth trying.
So, you talked to one of our major suspects about ways to help in our investigation.
He's a major suspect?
She is indeed.
Well, I mean, I don't think that she would be like that.
At
You
that point,
simply-
Rex is going to ask lean over towards Gwen. Maybe, what's your bird's name, actually, out of curiosity?
Hemlock.
Yeah, maybe we should have Hemlock keep an eye on her for a time being. If that's the case.
I mean, I think I was pretty vague about the whole situation.
I don't know what you said, but...
Can I roll an insight on Jericho?
Yeah, you can roll an insight on Jericho.
Right down the middle.
Yeah.
How do I...
I mean, if you're lying, it's deception. If you're telling the truth, it's persuasion.
I'm gonna do a blind roll.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I... Oh, wait, it's the private... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I probably should have done. Private. Sorry about that.
Well, no, with the GM, with your insight, it's not as important. I mean, Uvek, yeah, it seems like he's honest with that.
Uvek just shrugs and just says, well, I mean, as long as you think you are.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I see it, she brought up some good points. Talk to people, see if there's any holes inside of their stories, and work off of that. I think all of these things that we're doing, yes, they can be considered efficient, but ultimately they come at a very large price of potentially causing something bad to happen to either us or, well, the rest of the crew. The way I see it, the most innocuous thing that you can possibly do is talking to people.
Why do you think it's not Shuffles?
I can't put it exactly, but she reminds me of someone. And I trust them, so... Just because? And he kind of shrugs and smiles.
So you're saying that if there was an assassin who pretended like they were your parents or something, that you would trust them?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. Is this a very in-depth disguise? Or impersonation? Because if that's the case, then I think just about anybody would.
But what if you're under suspicion that there is an assassin alone? Who could be anyone?
Well, in this situation, since there only seems to be one key suspect, I would probably go to a friend of mine and ask them about what they think.
We have multiple.
Friend of yours,
suspects.
Maybe we should just ask her.
Shuffles, was nothing but dishonest and deceitful with Brightburn. Their story was all over the place when I asked them where they were coming from.
Well, I don't know. Maybe she was intimidated.
I'm not an intimidating person.
Says the flaming
Friends.
giant man.
I'm a beacon of hope!
Yes, a beacon.
Right, Jay?
However, a very bright beacon, which makes it sometimes very hard for people to look at directly.
I guess so, but it's part of the charm. Yeah?
I suppose.
Look, just because I'm hard to look at isn't a reason for people to lie.
I never said that you were hard to look at.
Mixed words, my bad. But, like, what other reason would there be for Shuffles to, dance around telling me where they came from?
Oh, well, other than the fact that she seems to enjoy messing with people.
Fair enough. Brightburn had not considered he was the butt of a joke.
I don't really trust her beings.
Well, you don't have to trust her, but you can at least trust what I got from her. In what world is not simply talking a thing for suspicion? We don't have to outwardly go, where were you on the last night? Yes, that's a word.
Well, I think that arouses suspicion because why are we asking about such a thing?
I think we're getting hung up on arousing suspicion when I think investigating anything naturally does that. The fact is that we're collecting information, no? So, if anything goes, I don't know exactly, all there is to know about you, Gwendolyn, but I kind of made a trade out of trading stories and songs and getting my grubby little hands on information that other people might not be so privy to. Talking is one of the best ways. People let things slip all the time and they just don't notice.
He's right. Jericho's been good with words since we got on the boat. I'm for this plan, but I think it shouldn't just be you, Jericho, that goes in interviews. Or I think we should start with Shuffles, and I don't think it should just be Jericho.
Indeed. It's not that I'm not in agreement with this plan, it's more of what we say that might tip them off, I suppose.
He kind of puts a finger to his chin.
So, it's either that or we search the room. I think currently we don't really have that much of an option.
Why not both? Why don't somebody interview them away from the room and somebody else search them while they're away from the room?
Jericho said that he was the one who's capable of being able to infiltrate the room, so...
As much as I've tried it, I've found out that it is very difficult to be in two places at the same time.
Well, maybe we don't need to lockpick the rooms. Maybe the captain has key. Simply walking in the room would be way less suspicious than sneaking in the room.
Yeah, maybe just maybe we come in or whatever.
Perhaps he has a spare key for each of the rooms.
Well, I did get permission, but Captain is worried that if we start searching people's rooms, we're gonna get some suspicious looks, and the infiltrator will start to know what's going on.
I meant invisibly.
Yeah, fair enough. That wouldn't be a bad idea, actually.
Can Hemlock turn invisible?
I can cast invisibility on him.
So does that mean that Jericho, who's a talkity talker, could talk to people and walk into their rooms with Jericho or with Hemlock?
The only problem with that is it's the same situation when we were trying to do stuff with Micah, of like, they're literally right there. If he bucks up a stealth roll,
Yeah.
They're aware of it. Yeah, it's not being invisible is
Yeah,
not
fair
an
enough.
auto pass. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So, is it agreed? I mean, I certainly wouldn't mind working with the likes of, well, the esteemed Hemlock. I already kind of gotten used to him just, sitting in my hands, so.
I mean, you guys do have one other person you can talk to that you're pretty sure is not a spy.
Lydia. Lydia can.
I forgot about Lydia. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
Yeah.
I mean, Lydia is pretty roguish.
So
Jericho
and Lydia
didn't
will
say-
work together.
That
Jericho didn't mention her because that scares her.
like,
He
I was
wouldn't
just
even
like,
want to search her.
I didn't want to point out, but I'm like, man, you guys, the goblin's innocent. The goblin's the one to give you the info.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Maybe they're
Jericho is racist
Yeah.
and doesn't want to talk to her.
Heath, the
Jericho's
problem is
suddenly-
I'm bad at roleplay and I can't physically see the goblin anymore. in
Really?
my mind.
'Cause she's
Object
on the
permanence is a
thing.
thing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, like, I guess she just didn't know.
Object permanence is a thing, man. We don't see it that don't exist.
It's more like players usually think within their party.
Yeah, true.
instead of
Which is why I'm
extra
giving you.
resources.
I'm reminding you. I admit that's why I'm reminding you. You do have another person you could talk to.
Hey, I thought
but
outside the party. I just forgot the fucking goblin existed.
Yes, technically she can go and do that. Would be better at doing that sort of thing.
she's not part of our group.
Um,
If she's suspicious, we don't die.
Jericho, can you also cast invisibility?
Yeah, why?
Perhaps we give the potion to Lydia, and we have her and Hemlock search, and they will both go in visible rooms.
Jericho noticeably shivers.
I
It's not
mean,
like you'll have to deal. They'll be the ones investigating the rooms while you talk to people.
do we have to investigate the rooms?
I think that it's a fairly decent shot at finding what we need to find.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, is that, sorry.
Well, isn't that a bit, high risk, high reward? Don't you think that by finding a greater lead, and, okay, so who are our main suspects again?
My money's on Shuffle
Um,
and Suragala, but that's just for.
Shuffles, Hargelda, Maldron, and Lord Regala.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and talk to all of those people, and then once we find out or decipher, in between the information that we gather, that it's one of them, as opposed to the 4, or maybe 5, I could have sworn you said 4.
I said fun.
Okay, well, that's what I mean. I think that we should whittle it down before we go for something so decisive.
Alright. We'll hold on to that idea then.
Anything to avoid the goblin.
What? Jericho would never manipulate anyone into doing something he doesn't want. Nothing, never at all.
I mean, Uvek would be willing to talk to her if he wants. If Jericho wants to avoid the entire thing, Uvek would be willing to talk.
The thing is, like, it's a separate thing that Lydia does not even have to interact with Jericho to do with.
Yeah, I know. It's just Jericho is scared of her, and literally the idea of her freaks him out a little bit.
Basically, yeah, he's got
Just
But more
say
than that, though.
it's just the name mentioned, and Jericho's like, nope.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's more than that, though. This is his alignment sticking out. He also
Yeah.
isn't too fond on sneaking through people's stuff.
Yeah. It seems invasive.
Yeah.
Just it's a hard pill to swallow.
Oh my god.
Hey, getting us
Brightburn
all
says it
almost
just
kills
like
was invasive.
Brightburn is all of those Batman memes where he like beats you the fuck up over like jaywalking.
He should. In that case, he should be
Oh.
a Vengeance Paladin. Vengeance
I like-
Paladin Jericho.
I like the plan is where it's at. You're gonna narrow it down with talks, and then Brightburn hits it, right? Or we search the
Understood.
room and then Brightburn.
Yeah.
Well, I think we hit them with our intellectual data and findings.
And a
hit them.
headbutt. Got it.
Maybe a headbutt.
Nice.
In my experience, the criminal will run, then Brightburn will hit them.
That's fair.
That base, isn't it?
Oh, but do we still get to work with Hemlock?
Yes, you can work with Hemlock.
The most silent little yes like emanates from him.
We work really well together, so as through my senses, Gwendolyn can perhaps insight me and get a better understanding. In fact, we both could, in a sense. So. Lead the way.
All right. Oh, let's see if I can get one other person to help us.
No.
Just Jericho kind of his eyes flash for a moment. And you almost see from again that tear that streams out of his eye splashes onto the floor, and what almost seems to be these two hands interlocked, actually what seems to be two orcish children, really young children, kind of seem to almost in a ghastly form skip by him before disappearing again. It's just, oh, right, got the twins again. Okay, well, that's not going to be particularly helpful for this one, but I think I have other ones that could potentially be helpful. That's fine. And he seems to almost be talking to like a blank space among the rest of the group. It's just no, it's fine. Don't cry. I'm just saying your skill set is very useful, but maybe at another time. Right. Sorry.
Rebecca's just gonna look at the
Oh.
other two and just say, okay then. Hey Jim, out of curiosity, do you have any spells that could aid in deciphering somebody's
I don't remember
motives?
anybody else in the family being there.
Nothing but my own two eyes and ears.
Sorry, I asked Jim. Sorry, did I say Jericho? I meant Juniper. Sorry.
I didn't hear the name. That was the thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, that
Yeah,
was my
I
bad.
wasn't paying
You're good.
attention in properly because I thought it was not to me.
Ah, yes, Junico.
Junico. Oh my god, they fuse.
We will become one. Anyway, what's happening?
Ubek's asking if Juniper has any way to, has any spells that could, decipher somebody's, intention or inflection from, lying. I know Zone of Truth is, bad heat. This is just Ubek just asking for labor purposes.
No, I just have combat spells.
Dang. Well, I guess, if, we find the liar, then you can blow them hell up.
Oh, shall we get this boat on the water?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we are, but sure.
Jericho just like blinks twice and then nods. All right. So, first suspect.
Shuffle.
Jericho. It would be kind of hilarious. Like Jericho gets this advice from Shuffles and then proceeds to return immediately back to Shuffles.
To Shuffles.
With the rest of the party behind him.
Actually, you know what?
I
That's
am-
exactly
I
what
am
Jericho's
notably-
going to do. It'll be too funny.
As a note for this, Brightburn is notably not participating in these interrogations. Charisma is not his thing.
I mean, Uvex doesn't have charisma either, but he is good at inciting people, so.
Oh yeah, see, that's just 4 people in a room trying to roll insight, hoping somebody gets lucky.
I mean, to be fair, I generally leave it to 2 rolls to avoid the abuse, but
It'll be me and Hemlock. It'll be great.
okay. So who are you talking to first?
Jericho will return back to Shuffles, who I don't know if she's still in her room or anything.
Okay, you knock on the door.
There's 2.
What? There's 2.
Oh, sorry, that was just real life. Sorry about that.
Ah, okay. No, you're good. Shuffles, are you still there?
Oh, hello. What is it, Jericho?
Right. So, how do I put it?
He kind of like takes a moment to like think.
I know that this is kind of weird, considering that I quite literally just talked to you, just a moment ago. But I realize that everything kind of returns back here. I'm curious. When it came to the nature of everything... Well, okay, first of all, before all the nitty-gritty, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, Jericho. So, by the way, I miss it. Is Hemlock invisible right now, or is Hemlock with you? What's going
No,
on?
Hemlock's visible. He's just.
Okay, just double check, because you were talking about making him invisible. I don't know if that was still the plan.
No.
Okay, I'm doing fine, Sir Jericho. What is with the buddy friend, though?
Oh, I mean, other than the fact that I've been kind of fiending to hold him as much as I can since I ever saw him, not really much, exactly.
Oh, that is fine. I was just curious. Hello there. Was it Hemlock, was it not?
It was indeed. Hope you are doing well.
No, I am doing fine. What is it that you want, Jericho?
Isn't he so cool?
And he just like half mouthing, pointing down at Bird, or pointing up at Bird.
But that aside, well, I suppose I've kind of been wanting to do a bit of a checkup on everyone. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, you know, it's a bit obvious, the advice that I was asking for before and everything, but I guess I'm just curious. How did everything go when the whole invasion had started, you know? Everybody was everywhere, and there was all sorts of chaos moving about, but I guess we don't really know anything outside of just, well, me and my team where we were, you know?
Are you asking what was going on during the assault?
Yeah.
Well, I can only speak for myself, but when the pirates came on the board of the ship, I did what I could to help. I was helping Helgard and Mardron in the fight. Basically, she takes out what looks to be like a small knife, doing the sort of support role from the heat shadows.
I see. Alright. Did you get hurt much?
Oh, no, no, no. I was more or less untouched in the fact. Most of them were more interested in Helgald. Those giant blue woman, the Nalia, she seemed to be taking the brunt of their assaults, to their dismay.
Oh no, I certainly imagine. Do you remember you were just with Helga and Nala? It was.
Maldron.
Oh, wait. Was it Helga and Maldron?
Hargelda
Or just
and
Maldron.
Maldron.
Hargelda. Sorry.
Zora.
All right. And what were you doing before? Were you just asleep, like the rest of us, I assume?
I was in my room until I heard the explosion, yes?
Okay.
What was that, Storm?
Can I insight that?
You may do so, but you will have to use... I'm assuming you're...
Gwendolyn's looking through.
Yeah, you're listening through. Yeah, I was about to say. You can insight that.
Oh!
Oh my god, a good roll. It's been so long.
Yeah,
It's
we
okay.
worked out all our bad luck earlier last week.
Don't jinx us.
You hard to read. You think they're telling the truth, but you can't really be certain.
Continue.
Do you have much, I guess, how could I say, experience with this sort of thing? This combats and whatnot?
Well,
I mean,
oh.
this is my first time meeting so many, knowledgeable people in the form of battle and whatnot. I mean, I took what seemed to be some sort of acid sling to my face, and before I knew it, everything was black. So the fact that everybody here just seems to be so able-bodied, it surprises me.
Well, I suppose in the line of work, many people are. You have to learn to be tough in the situation. I mean, let's be honest. The world is a dangerous place. Those of us who travel from place to place need to know how to defend ourselves, in one way or another.
I suppose it could be a bit treacherous, to say the least.
Well, I mean, we literally were just south of a city, of a forest called Forest of Trolls.
Oh. I misread that part of the map. I thought that said Forest of Roll.
Yes.
I didn't understand what that meant, but in contrast, now it makes a lot more sense.
Indeed. Well, as you can tell, it is important not to basically take the place for granted. Trolls and demons and worms and vicious wolves, not to mention the scoundrels of a city with the normal thugs and such. It's important to know how to deal with oneself. I think everyone on this boat is capable in some way or another.
Well, that would make sense. Though, and I guess this is a bit of a sort of a random question, but I'm curious. You're leaving to Unity, right?
I'm going to Unity, yes.
Right, well, I suppose I was wondering, you seem to be rather, gregarious and whatnot. Do you not have many friends back at home that you might miss?
I would say there are a few people I would miss, but I don't know if I would call too many of them friends. Someone like me, well, I have to move a lot. It's important to not stick around get too close to the people.
I suppose that makes sense.
As I told your glowing friend earlier, there's lots of jealous husbands and wives that would be a bit more than happy to, let us say, get a bit of...
No. I think I understood what you meant perfectly. As Jericho kind of waves his hands in front of her face, it's already beginning to blow.
Have you ever met, the one that got away, so to speak? Perhaps you fell in love with someone, and maybe they.
Yeah, she kind of chuckles at that. I would not say I ever met one that got away. I mean, I've never really had those sort of emotions that deeply. It's mostly just for fun. She looks over and she goes, so, I mean, who knows? Perhaps this unity will have a place for someone who steals my heart.
So,
Well, I do hope that for you. Really.
Thank you so much. And she pats you on the face, Jericho. It means so much coming from a man like you.
Jericho's smile is slightly uneasy, but it's still his usual flash grin.
Absolutely no problem. And thank you so much. I know I was a bit, it just felt a little bit weird tumbling back into a conversation with you after just leaving, of sorts.
It's alright, Jericho. I mean, you had so many interesting questions for me.
Well, you're a very interesting person, so it's not easy. It's not hard to keep up.
Yeah. You take care of yourself, yeah, my boy. And you too's a feathered friend. Watch over him. He is such a simple lad.
I would.
I mean, simple, maybe sometimes, but not particularly.
That insight if she looks like she's been suspicious of anything.
You're gonna have to be more specific than of
like
anything.
Suspicious of the conversation, of perhaps if she's like trying to see.
Yeah, so basically you want to insight whether or not she realized what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. You can roll me another insight. That's a good one. Okay. I'll give it to you for this one. Was it that hard, Jericho? Based off the conversation you are aware of, she probably has an idea that after, hey, how do I find out about people? And then immediately has the conversation she suggested. She kind of like, yeah, this seems a little sus. Like, literally, what do I do if I want to find out about people without them knowing? Well, you do this. Great. By the way, like, it's not that hard to figure out. Asking for a friend, yes, Saki. So yeah, you can tell she's she kind of figured what's happening.
I guess I always, I try not to metagame by acknowledging my shit insight and just like, not asking too many questions or whatnot, but it's like, can I insight that even though she doesn't seem, or at least, did she seem threatened at all by my line of questioning?
Nah, I'll allow that, Jericho. Go ahead and roll it.
Right. I'm so good at these guys. I'm so good.
Got it.
Oh, I rolled a
By the
10
way.
for those who didn't
Yeah,
see.
I see it. You can't tell.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think she can even roll below that. I don't know.
Can I do the same, or is it...
I'm gonna say no, if only because you're piggybacking that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, and, well, we ought to get on our way.
It's alright. I will see you later, Jericho.
You as well. And Jericho leaves that, and he's just like, oh, this detective stuff is hard work. Oh, let's keep going.
Quietly, Hemlock will say, she's suspicious, but I think that was kind of a good thing.
Well, okay, I guess if I were to put it this way, I think she's suspicious, but I think that's kind of how she is as a person. You know?
No, what I meant is that she's suspicious of what we're doing.
Oh.
Considering you asked her about some things and went to do the thing that she suggested to her. So
I mean, you know, if I were to be completely honest with you, I just asked because I didn't want Gwendolyn or, well, is Gwendolyn listening right now?
Not currently.
Okay, well, I'll just say this quickly then. So the reason why is because I didn't want Gwendolyn or the likes of Brightburn to get angry at me if I weren't to go back and ask a question. I just didn't want to let them down. But anyhow, how about Sir Regala?
Sounds fine. Let's go ask him. We haven't asked him many questions.
We haven't asked him any questions. I just basically accused him to his face and then walked away.
Okay, so you guys head down to Regalia's quarters next.
Knock, 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 knock.
Yes, who is it?
Just your friend Jericho. Just coming to, I guess, check how check how are you, how everything is.
One moment, Jericho. I just have to get dressed.
Oh, take your time. I'll wait.
Gwendolyn's gonna ask Juniper if she can provide guidance throughout this conversation.
Oh, to Gwendolyn?
Yes.
How? I see what you're
She's just
doing.
hanging out down below.
They're down,
with her
they're
hands
hanging out
holding
down
hands.
below.
Yeah.
Looking through Hemlock.
Yeah.
Juniper
I mean, I could cast-
watching over Gwendolyn.
Yeah, you mean for the inside? I got you. Yeah.
If
Anyway.
I thought
This
you
is-
meant for like conversation. Like obviously
Nope.
Hemlock can't.
Yeah, I was
No,
like,
this
what do
is-
you mean?
This is a little, geez. Thinking simulator. How many
I mean, I could
fucking...
cast Bless on you guys.
Bless is for
Bless
attack
doesn't do
rolls,
anything.
dude.
Right.
Guidance is for ability checks.
Hold on, I need to be reminded of something, because I forgot.
I mean, the other thing the cast is enhance ability, which is an hour-long cast.
And I don't have that.
Yeah, you don't have second-level spell slots yet.
God, why am I so silly? Oh my god. It took to I don't know why, but like in the past few runs I've been going under the impression that I literally only have like 2 uses of bardic inspiration when I have literally double that amount. I'm a silly goose. I am the silliest of gooses, in fact.
Yeah, you have 4 because you have an 18 charisma.
To the silly goose convention, everyone knew me there. But anyhow,
Yeah, you can also bardically inspire people. Yeah.
yeah,
Though
Jericho
that would have
is
to be
just like-
if you're doing it for the not to cut you off, but for that to
Sorry?
work though, you would have to bardically inspire Gwendolyn,
Yeah.
and hopefully it's used up within 10 minutes because if the conversation is longer than that, then it would
So-
pass because you can't inspire the bird and use Gwendolyn's
Yeah.
check. Right?
Okay. Oh no, then that's fine. If anything, Jericho would just go like, oh man, he would just kind of utter a small. He would utter a small, like, seems to be chant or incantation to himself, and suddenly, what maybe, what's it called? Words. What maybe Hemlock might see is just what seems to be a cat. A small cat that seems to kind of like lounge around side his shoulder for a moment before, and kind of looking over at the bird, seemingly startled by its appearance, which is funny because it's the one that showed up, before fading away. And his eyes return to their normal color, and he just kind of begins to rock back and forth on his heels and toes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that?
What did that do?
I cast guidance on myself.
Oh, you got guidance? I think that
Yeah.
was a bardic thing.
It's a bardic spirit
It's
thing.
spirits. It's a spirits.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
a bardic
baby.
spirits. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so you cast guidance on yourself.
So
Nope. Okay. So don't forget
technically,
Oh.
go ahead.
No, say what you're gonna say.
Technically, if Gwendolyn listens through Hemlock, and is still within 60 feet of Jericho, she can still receive bardic inspiration, correct? Because she's hearing.
I mean, yes, but you still have to be like... Remember, Bardic Inspiration still has to have a component to it of inspiring them, and they have to inspire the person specifically, so you'd have to say, way to go, Gwendolyn, you got this, just randomly speaking out loud. Like, you cannot stealth inspire. It's not a magical effect, but it still has to be something that happens, right?
Yeah.
So, and it has to be directed at that person. So you could do it, but it's going to seem really weird. Just letting you know, right? Like, because again, you have to inspire the person, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm feeling pretty
I'd
good
allow it, but if you're talking to Regalia and all this is like, Gwendolyn, you got this, he's gonna be like, what the fuck, right? just so you know, like, again, I'll allow it, but that's the limitation.
Right, yeah.
Anyways, back to where we were. So you guys knock on the door. And that's the case too, though. You guys are going to actually have to move into locations for purposes of range, because at the 60-foot mark, you have to actually be within 60 feet still.
I don't think we're going with that plan anymore, unless I'm mistaken.
Okay. Though I will say, if that's like in a dungeon or something, that'll totally work.
Yeah.
Anyways,
bring on
so
the
you're talking to Lord Regalia. He goes, yes,
Yep.
yes, and he comes up and he enters in what looks to be like a, basically what he's wearing is a purple silk bathrobe.
Cool.
He goes,
As ostentatious as possible.
yep, and it's royal purple.
Uh-huh.
It used to be white.
Yeah, it was white till he dipped it in grape juice.
Oh my god.
It's currently dripping right now.
Yeah,
With fucking...
He looks over because like, yes, what is it?
Well, I mean, first of all, how are you?
Well, I was taking a bath, but at the moment I'm out of it.
Oh, well, so sorry to interrupt. Did you just want to finish your bath and I could return?
I'm already out of my bath, so instead of going about me going back in and then you getting me out of it again, let's have the conversation now, shall we?
Okay, that's fair. So, I guess I was wondering, after everything had occurred, I suppose I was just a bit worried about the entire crew. I was wondering, after the whole attack on the ship, how are you doing?
I am doing quite well. If they were just pirates, barely worth my blade.
I mean, I guess I'm a bit confused as to how everything had occurred, to say the least. I mean, I know that me and the rest of my group, we were all fighting off in a different area, and apparently there was all sorts of chaos that was happening all around us. I mean, I even ran across a couple of it. Were you fighting alone, or were you with somebody else?
To be honest, I don't remember seeing many around me. I came out of my room with my blade drawn. Several of the brigands had been around, and I started cutting them down. I did see the giant blue woman toss a couple of them over through a window. I have to admit that was impressive in a barbaric sort of way, but impressive nonetheless. Apart from that, I don't know if anyone saw me or not. Fighting with me? No, I fought them alone.
Well, you do seem like somebody who's plenty strong enough to do that.
Kind of you to say so.
But, And you don't seem to be particularly injured. Oh, well, I suppose with you having, I mean, I would think that you have some sort of holy magic. You'd
My
be
god
likely able to
protects
heal
me,
yourself.
so-
Oh yeah, your god, Herodotus? No. No, not that one. Hieronius, yes.
Indeed. May I ask what this is about.
Frankly, a general wellness check, more or less. Everybody was... How would I put this? This happened quite literally in the middle of the night. Woke everyone up with an explosion of sorts. I mean... Well, I guess, did it wake you up?
I mean, the boat did shatter under the explosive power, yes?
Well, that's what I mean, right? It's just... There was a lot that happened, and a lot of the people are confused or scared, and I've kind of taken it upon myself to simply ask questions and figure out where everybody was and is and how everybody is doing. There was a lot of confusion going on, and, well, just trying to figure out a lot of it.
Fair enough. As far as I was concerned, the fight went on as it did. I killed about 5 of the brigands, and far as the fight went, most of them fell to my blade quickly enough. I suffered minor scrapes and scratches, but as I said, my god heals my wounds.
That's actually really admirable of you, huh? You managed to beat 5 of them, you said?
Indeed, they were hardly any challenge to my blade.
Oh. Huh. He kind of thinks about that for a second. He seems to be almost running through the logistics and everything and whatnot, and then thinks back on him and Brightburn's confrontation. It's just, well, all right. Well, it seems as though you seem to be just about as fine as you could possibly be.
Indeed. I suppose your excursions with the ruffians went well, or were you also injured in the assault?
Oh, I nearly died.
You don't say.
Completely goes over his head.
The explosion had startled me quite a bit. Did it startled you? I almost blew out. What am I hearing?
Didn't really startle me much. I barely heard it as much as felt it. It is on the other end of the boat, after all. He's quite literally as far away from the explosion as you can get.
Right.
Now,
So you felt it and woke up from that.
Indeed, it did kind of shift the entire boat.
Inside.
You may do so.
Ew.
Okay, let me roll something. Jesus. Far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Okay.
I guess Jericho has a minor suspicion of sorts. Is this not just a long rot? Like, don't get me wrong, Jericho currently is thinking, it would be poetically just, there would be poetic justice in it being him, but he seems, Jericho wants to see if he's just doing saying most of this stuff to stroke off his own ego. Because one contradiction that struck him is that he can't remember if anybody else was there with him, but he knows the amount of fucking people he killed down to a T, the number. And he's just like, the math ain't mathin'.
I mean, to be fair, he could probably count them subsequently afterwards. Corpses tend to stay still, but yeah, feel free to roll your insight.
I feel like he's too much of an egoist to do that, though. But here. I'm so good at this.
I'm not even gonna roll.
I'm so good at this. I am so good at this.
His natural charisma beats, even if I rolled a 0, his charisma score is higher than that, so.
Jericho's just like, wow, he's so cool. Wow.
I'm like, yeah. As far as you know, yes, he murdered these people just fine and counted them with the bodies.
Oh, I guess well, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I guess we already have. I suppose we should be on our way then.
Very well. I will get back to my bath. Please, I don't know. Go play with your bud, and he closes the door and goes back.
Not Hyle. And he goes back to playing with his bird. So what did we think about him?
Nothing has given me the impression that it would perhaps be Rakala. He's always been... He's either very, very good at playing his role as this paladin, but even then, I don't think that... It seems like a very heavy or difficult disguise to keep up, perhaps. But they could just be that good. So it's hard to say.
I mean, I'm someone who's told quite a few tales and tall stories and things of that sort. Tall tales. But it's not particularly difficult for me to see if someone is tooting their own horn, so to speak. I can't say that everything he necessarily said was truthful, though he definitely sounded like it. I'm not very doubtful of that. But even if he was lying, I doubt that his delivery would be much different than if he were telling the truth. Does that make sense? And I mean, not to mention, I believe Shuffles had said that, well, she didn't see them, and he saw Nala, right?
Right.
So, from what I understand, he's in the clear.
And suspect then? To be quite honest, I think it's probably between Shuffles or Gelda. That's my best guess. Just
Yeah,
from
perhaps.
overall conversations, but we've not interrupted too much with Gelda either, so...
I mean... We should be suspicious of technically everyone, right?
Indeed.
Well, I wouldn't say that, it has to be her. But have we considered Princess Aira much at all?
Well, it would mean that all three of them are in on it, right?
Yeah, and, well, having people to use as an alibi is pretty much always rather, well, useful, correct?
Right. But that's 3 times as many people to... They all need to excel, and if one messes up and starts arousing suspicion, then that starts making it more difficult.
Well, not if
and
they're
I think-
bodyguards, right? Bodyguards that aren't particularly need to talk at all.
They still need to be... If a line in questioning comes up, they would still be questioned. And if they are all not able to keep up the same appearances, then the whole thing falls apart.
Oh, whew. I didn't want to suspect them anyway. But I guess, yeah, let's go ahead and ask Gelda.
Okay, you'll find Hargelda kind of just in the common room playing her instrument.
Jericho will see her playing, and does he recognize the tune at all?
Roll me history.
Yes. No.
You kind of recognize... Okay, do you speak Dwarvish?
No,
No,
I
then
do
you
not.
don't recognize the tune. She's playing a dwarven tune, but you can't recognize it.
All right. Well, Jericho will kind of, walking into the common room, he'll kind of actually just more or less sit next to her and kind of, as they're kind of just listening to the tune, he just kind of hums along with it once he can kind of pick up the chorus of it all. And just kind of patiently wait until she seems to be done with at least the current song that she was playing.
I mean, she's on her violin, so she looks up and goes, there, Jericho, what you doing here?
Oh, I mean, I'm just checking in on you, really.
Oh, that's a heck of a nice thing to do. Anything in particular? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always good to see the fellow bastard on the boat.
Well, in particular, after... And actually here, let me ask. This attack was, what, last night?
2 nights ago now, because you
2
had
nights
to spend
ago.
another night at... It happened 2 nights ago, you spent a night, they woke up, did the stuff, and then after the fumbling of the trying to break into people's room, it's another day after that.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just a bit worried about everybody since the 2 nights ago.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we did have a bit of a scuffle with them pirates, didn't we? Bit of a heck of a thing. But don't worry, we were able to take care of it as she pats the battle axe that she has slung to her belt.
I mean, I don't doubt you. I mean, how did everything go? Were you all okay?
Oh, we were doing fine. Me and Maldron were just having a bit of a good time taking him out. I mean, Maldron had, of course, hide in the back with his magic doing the thing he does. But, I mean, you can't really blame the elf for that.
No, I guess you're right. I mean, that's more or less what I had to do.
Well,
And for good reason, too. Whew, if I had gotten any closer. Whew.
Yeah, it's alright. She's gonna slap you on the lower back and just... Yeah, elves tend to be a bit more fragile than the other races at times, I swear.
Well, in some cases that can be true, but in my particular area, I'm more of a lover, not a fighter.
Oh, you don't say. Is that why you're always going to Shuffle's room?
He
I'm gonna
thinks about
insight-
that? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna insight when she says other races. Is that because she's a... Does it seem like it's because she has a very good idea on, just how a changeling might know what is good to change into?
Yeah, you can roll me an insight.
Oh, let's go.
You add your d4, yeah, 25. Okay, base off of that, I'm not even gonna roll a counter. Basically, what you gather from the state is basically the stereotypical thing where dwarves usually like to give elves shots in the ribs, right?
Yeah.
It's a typical thing for dwarves to mock elven frailty.
That is fun.
Yeah, that's
I
what.
figured.
Yeah, just letting you know, you could possibly get the changeling thing, but on the other hand, that's very common dwarven slappage to the
Yes,
elves.
It is.
Call it a 10 out of 10 play though, Storm, because that was I wouldn't have tried to call it on that. Like, ooh, they know their race.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, no. Jericho just kind of replies with that. It's just at that. It's not even an accusation. It's just a little bit of a prod. It was. That is not the type of lover that I meant. Not at all.
Oh, I get you. So you'd be probably more in a Maldron then.
That wasn't even. I mean, Jericho thinks about it, blushes. That is not at all what I was talking about. Okay, wait, hold on. This isn't about me. This is not about me. And Jericho just kind of like smacks his face, just kind of like refocus.
I love how the interrogation got flipped on its head.
Yes. It's Jericho, like it's hard.
Yay, I'm not the one. You're not interrogating me. I'm interrogating you.
Where were you on the night of the 16th? I don't know. Were you on a date? That's not it.
but what's it called?
Irrelevant, but yes.
Yes. Me thinking simulator. I lost my train of thought. Fuck.
We
Sorry.
need questions to angle to see if I can get something to insight.
Sorry?
We need some line of questioning that could probably get me some insight on what they might have been doing from that night or
Yeah.
whatever.
Jericho kind of thinks about things for a moment, and he kind of smirks, and it's just... And plus, I'd be surprised that you're the one to talk. I mean, it seems like you and Montron were, rather close, no?
Oh, bless you there, laddie. I mean, Maldron's a nice-looking fella and all, but I like a little more meat on my bones. I mean, on the other hand, your friend Uvek's got a bit of a wild side to him. I wouldn't mind saying nothing to that little green thunder.
He blinks for a moment, and he just, again, face. No, that's not. He just shakes his head and is just, all right. Okay, maybe a different form. I was just curious though. When it came to everybody, we were also kind of making sure that nobody got injured. Were you all right with everything?
Oh, yeah. I'll admit I was a bit cut up at the end of the fight. It was a bit rough, and she kind of basically, she picks up her shirt, and you see what looks to be like a bit of a scar across her stomach. Got a bit of a hook in the gut there at one point.
My God, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's hardly the first fight I've had. In fact, she then goes up and does that whole thing where she picks up the back of her shirt to show her back. I got this from a bugbear back in the day. And just see this claw mark across her back.
I guess to verify, did that scar actually look newer?
Roll me a medicine check.
And does her story sound like she's genuine that the fact she received that scar on just through combat and not through inflict me a scar to make it look, or she did it herself or something?
Or a changeling gave themselves a scar.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's the thing. If they were a changeling, they could just make a scar at will.
Yeah.
I don't think insight can go that deep.
Yeah,
guys.
there's no way you can insight whether the scar is real or not, unfortunately. But
not the scar is real. That her story says she received it, and
sure, you can roll insight to see if she's telling the truth about the wound. Sure, I'll let that go.
I rolled an 18.
Me too.
Oh, nice. 18.
Okay, let me just roll a counter here.
Oh, rolling them lies, you thought. Perception skill over there?
I mean, I roll them for everybody, otherwise you would know who's who.
I know.
I know.
He's yanking the chain.
She seems to be honest that she got this. As far as you could tell, she's honest about getting the scar in the fight.
Got it. But, well,
and as far as your medicine check, it does look fresh. In fact, it doesn't look. The only reason it's healed is because of magic.
all right. I guess then. Do you have any idea where Nala was?
Everybody's. Oh, my bad. Sorry. I realized I wasn't.
You're talking about the big blue woman that was literally chopping people in half with a broadsword.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw Nala. She was chopping people in half with a broadsword.
Oh, okay. You just didn't mention her before, and I was just wondering.
She kind of looks at you. Should I have mentioned Nala? I mean, don't get me wrong, she's a heck of a fighter. But, I mean, to be fair, we're all fighting pretty harsh out there.
Oh, no, it's not that you're supposed to, necessarily. It's just, how do I put it? I'm more so just trying to take account
I mean, she's kind of the person that I'm going to be checking on next.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, apart from her getting the, a bunch of wounds on her, I think she took more cuts than anybody else on the boat, but oddly enough, she didn't seem to mind. Seemed to be laughing about it, in fact.
Actually, you know what? That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it may be redundant to even check on her and everything and her well-being, given that I'm sure that she just went to bed and slept it off and pretended like it was all, well, a good dream, if anything, for her. But even then, though, sometimes even particularly large and strong people can have their own weaknesses and things.
Oh, she might have her own weaknesses, though. I think bathing in the blood of her enemies was something she liked.
Yeah, probably. Might be redundant, but even then, I don't know. Just worried is all.
I'd go check on her then. She probably could use it.
Yeah, well, it's like I always say, everyone needs someone.
Indeed. Well, you have yourself a good time there, Jericho, unless you need something else.
He thinks about it for a second. It's like, I guess I'm on this mission, but like, maybe one song?
God.
Jericho just kind of like... God, there's no like non-sexual way to use the word suggestively, even though it literally does not only mean things in a sexual context, but he just like touches his lute.
One thing before you begin.
Oh, sorry.
Did you hear much or were doing much before you? Well, what happened before the explosion? Were you asleep?
I was asleep in the room with Maldoron. And then when
startled me, so.
Oh, well, I mean, definitely startled us. It was right under our fucking beds. Maldoron actually fell out of his. He was shocked so much.
Insight about what she was doing.
Yep, go ahead.
Go, bird. Oh! It's giving nat 20.
Yeah, she seems to be genuine that she literally fell out of her bed, or she woke up and Maldoron fell out of his bed. You don't detect any sort of deception in it.
So now can we play something?
You may go ahead.
Nice.
Hey, you start
5
playing
to
a
10
jig
minutes
and a
later.
tune, yeah.
Just them walking away afterwards and everything. Jericho's
As
breathing.
you're playing, I will say, though, you're having the fun time. Maldoron will walk out of his room, look over and see the two bards playing, roll his eyes, go back in his room and close the door.
They're playing. It made my nefarious plans so much more necessary. How dare they get along?
Alright. And then I guess... Oh, God. It doesn't make much sense to ask both of a pair. Well, Jericho would just kind of look again over at Hemlock. It's just, alright, what did you think of that?
Was it good?
Sorry. Not the performance.
No, I was asking DM. Was it?
Was what good? The performance?
What was okay? What are you asking to Hemlock?
He's like
In
the interrogation with Hargelda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She seemed to be telling the truth on most things.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was hoping so. She's so much fun.
One left.
That being Maldoron, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you guys head into Maldron.
It just like after he walked out of the room, walked back in, again, knock, 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 knock.
Yes, who is it?
Oh, you know, just me, Jericho.
Decide that you're done playing with Hilgelda, are you?
Absolutely. She's absolutely a dream to play alongside with. However, I still have a bit of a duty to complete.
The door's open.
Oh, sweet. And he will open and then gently close it and then kind of whip around to look at Maldron, who... How's he looking?
He's busy with his paperwork.
Okay.
He looks up. Hemlock, you're here as well.
Indeed.
Well, may I ask what this is about?
More or less, just a wellness check, really.
Yes, we're just checking to see how people are going after the whole ordeal.
It's been 2 nights and just about probably, I mean, I can't say this is the safest ship, but a rather innocuous one, if anything. Just getting attacked like that, it's bound to frazzle a few hairs.
Well, it was a bit harrowing, I admit. It had me on edge. I haven't had to use that sort of offensive magic in some time.
Oof, I can imagine that.
It's always a bit disturbing when you choke the life out of someone using magic. It's rather distasteful.
Insight.
Yeah. Jericho kind of shivers a little bit at that.
But roll it.
13.
Well, it's 14, right?
Yeah, it's 14. As
14.
far as you can tell, they're telling the truth.
Okay.
I mean, hard to read, but as far as you can tell, there doesn't seem anything off with what their statement is.
Okay.
I mean, again, it's not something I relish in doing. I mean, as again, I'm more of a map maker. Helgelda, on the other hand, is a bit more, with her dwarven blood, choppy chop, let's say.
No, I can understand that. Though
Really
I am
knows how to cut a person off at the knees.
at the knees.
It's a height
is-
joke, my friend. A height joke.
Oh, right. Well, I guess I'm curious though. I suppose it had woken you up? The explosion?
Oh, yes, of course. It was quite disturbing. I was worried there too, but I didn't know what was happening. For a second, the first thing I did was rush to my maps to make sure they were safe.
What exactly happened?
What do you mean, what
Sorry.
exactly happened?
When the explosion happened, were you okay?
I mean,
It's
I was
actual
startled,
at all?
and I got out of bed to rush to my maps.
You climbed out of bed?
How else would one get out of bed?
Okay, pause on this. Their stories don't add up.
True.
Yeah.
You can roll an insight, though.
I will
I'm
roll
glad
an
you
insight.
got that.
Ah!
Fail, fail,
Well,
fail.
Okay, well, luckily he rolled like shit. He seems embarrassed to say he fell out of bed. Right? Like, it's not something you really want to own up to, that, oh yeah, I was so
Okay.
startled I fell on my face.
He's embarrassed.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a bit,
That's what I expected.
yeah, like, he's not going to
Yeah.
admit to it, right? It's like, yeah, I just fell
That's-
out of bed on my
okay.
face.
He's embarrassed because it's unbecoming of a villain.
Oddly enough, this is the time when him failing the check made it better. Because
Yeah.
if he
Well,
passed...
yeah. Yeah, that would have been bad, because it would have been like, ah, yes, we're now suspicious of either of them, because he's too embarrassed.
Yeah, like
It's the whole party at that point. Every one of them's fucking in on it. They're all changelings. They're all fucking liars.
But yeah, no, you get the fact that he was embarrassed. Like, you could kind of see him kind of get that red, embarrassed face. Like, he didn't want to admit it.
Okay.
So you went to your maps and then went out to help Hargelda?
Well, I mean, we weren't exactly under attack immediately when the explosion happened. We heard ruckuses outside, then we saw the fighting, and I assisted Helgelda in the battle at that point.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, I guess it's a bit difficult for me to remember, but it kind of felt as though they just fell on top of us.
I suppose that's the way to put it. It was rather harrowing.
And I guess I'm curious, because I think in passing I may have seen Aira, but do you remember seeing her at all during that?
You mean Miss Silverwing?
Oh, yes.
I believe I did see several people turn to icicle statues when we were battling. I would assume it was the Dragon Princess.
That's actually a good point. I think I remember that as well.
Yeah, you did see her, like, literally freeze flash some people.
Good point. But I am glad to hear that you're alright, though. It was a bit harrowing, I mean, for me as well.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't admit it to Miss Helgelda, but I did appreciate her. She was alright, though, right? She did take that rather nasty attack.
Yeah, she is alright.
Good to hear. She wouldn't let me check over her for some reason.
I don't know.
Why was that?
Well, I'm assuming it's because she was, how did she put it? The day I need help from a pointy ear when it comes to medical stitching is the day I'm dead. Although I did take it with... She did say it with a smile, so I'm assuming it was more bravado than anything.
That sounds like her. But anyhow, it was just supposed to be a quick question, and that is all.
No, of course. Well, very well. By the way, I'm assuming Gwendolyn was listening in on this since you brought your familiar with him.
I mean,
I'm just here
looks at him like.
I'm just here to participate in making sure everyone's alright.
He kind of looks at that with a bit of a chin scratch, being a fellow user of familiars. He looks over and goes, well, if you do say so, in any case, if Gwendolyn isn't listening, do say hi to her for me.
I will let her know.
Jericho just seems like he's happy to work with a bird. Especially the bird.
The bird.
Just make sure you don't flip the bird.
The bird, though.
Jericho would never.
Okay.
Wait for a moment. A short, light-hearted.
You're really quiet right now, Dylan.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. A short, light-hearted vignette, if you will. Brightburn down with Jade, and he's going to say, alright, Tree Girl. Now, while the others are working, we will train. And the first step to being a good hero is a light hand and a quick hand. You must have both. So I want you to take this fish. Brightburn will present the fish. He probably, borrowed from the kitchen or something. He goes, I want you to quickly and stealthily sneak this onto Juniper while she sleeps.
Okay.
Say that again, Heath. You cut out.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
cut out.
I'll make sure I do that. Is any particular place you want me to put the fish?
Just someplace they may find it later. But the important thing is to do it quickly, quietly.
Okay, I gotcha.
Is this happening while the Jericho Gwendolyn stuff is happening?
Yeah, this is a cutaway.
Okay. So Juniper will be awake because she's watching over Gwendolyn.
Yeah, but technically you guys would be in the middle room, or I guess.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
but Juniper was giving guidances and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Juniper was with
So-
Gwendolyn. Brightburn was with Shoe Tree in the engine room.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that she'd hear this. I'm just saying that she won't be able to, like, Juniper's not asleep to do this.
Yeah, she wouldn't be sleeping.
No, she wouldn't be. Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
My problem's not win. I'm just telling Jake.
Yeah,
to put
I was just
the
saying.
charge.
Yeah, I figured that. She was gonna do it come nighttime. And you did give it to a Tabaxi who is anything but not stealthy. This will be great. Okay. You guys can meet up to as a group to
Hold.
share your discussion.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Because something's been itching at the back of Jericho's mind. He wants to actually talk to Nala as well.
Oh, okay. So you easily find Nala. She's sharpening her giant ass sword.
Nala!
Da, Jericho! What can Nala do for you? Da?
Well, I guess, how do I put it? I'm just checking in on everyone, after the 2 nights ago when the whole attack and explosion and everything happened.
Oh, you mean during big fight when Nala killed many people?
Yes, I suppose this is a bit of an odd question, but could you tell me about how you killed all those people?
Oh, yes. Nala scream in big rage and then take sword and then bifurcate men in half.
Do you remember throwing anybody out of windows?
Da! I threw several people out of window. Or parts of people.
Ah.
Nala had
Alright.
one fun when took head and throw head at one of pirates to make him scream.
Jericho just nods at all of this in taking the information. You know what? You're going to have to regale me about more of this later. But now, I need to sit down, and he's just gonna walk away.
I need to rinse my mind.
Jericho's seen things, but damn.
I mean, you literally asked the Goliath barbarian woman who's out to find the strongest man to mate
You
with.
think Jericho's
I
logic
know.
goes that deep?
I know. Just,
But yeah, Jericho kind of looks over towards Hemlock, walking away. I don't know. I do have this really persistent itch in my mind. Just, I don't know. Maybe it's not Aira and both of her bodyguards. Maybe it's just one of them.
Right, but that would, if it's just one of them, that would be very difficult for them to operate in that room. Considering there's too much alliance. That was something we considered.
Alright.
It's either one of them,
Changeling
and
came
they're
from,
making it very difficult for themselves, extremely difficult for themselves, or it's all of them. That, and they are Aarakocra, which means if we try to get one of them to fly, and they can't, we know who it is.
Well, in a sense, couldn't a changeling, that's what they're called, right?
Indeed.
Well, couldn't a changeling simply turn into an Aarakocra with, clipped wings?
But that would draw suspicion upon them. Yes, they could be clipped, but we would suspect them immediately if the other two can fly in a matter of times.
Well, sure, but
It's
I
a
mean-
good alibi. However, it arouses suspicion.
Alright. And it couldn't be Aira herself?
Possibly could. The same. What I said before applies to all three of them.
Just for the sake of one, roll me an you guys could both roll me an intelligence check.
Since Hemlockers aren't participating in this conversation and Gwendolyn has stopped listening.
I did myself for this.
Fair enough.
All
I normally
right.
wouldn't let you because I asked for it without you casting, but I'll let it
Yeah.
slide this time.
Valid.
Whee!
This is why I do this shit. This is why I do this shit. Come on, give me at least a 10.
I said I'd allow it this time.
Fuck. 9.
Yeah, it was a DC 10. The bird brain was the winner today.
Not surprising.
Hemlock's got a 10 intelligence? I guess that's because you
It-
got a special thing with them, don't you?
Yep. It sets it to 10.
Yeah, because of your character thing. Yeah. Hemlock, you think about it. The big problem with if Silverwing's the spy, the implication would mean the spy murdered the princess and took her place, and also happens to be a powerful ice caster. Like, her being the spy has a lot of moving pieces to fit.
Yeah.
Like, it's possible, but a lot of work for very little gain.
Valid.
Because she's also a known figure, right? Like, in the world. Like, you've heard of her, right? So,
Yeah, it's a big person to imposter, and then they have to, like, do the whole thing.
they would also have to be masters of ice magic so they could pull that aspect off, right?
Fair.
So,
Keith is blowing this off right now, but it's going to turn out the big bad evil guy of this campaign is going to be the changeling who disguise themselves as Silverwing over here.
yeah.
Right.
The assassin was already excelled in ice magic.
Yeah, right, like... And, I mean, yes, it and Klus could very much more be, but you also gotta remember, Arya Silverwing
Morbius.
did say she knew them since childhood. So again, if it's one of them, they would have had to have found the person, basically torture them for weeks to get all the info they needed to impersonate them, and then impersonate the person.
Got it.
Right, so
Alright.
again, very unlikely it's one of the three. Like, it's a possibility, but it's a super outside chance with the info, right?
Got it. Alright, so...
So again, I guess the best way to put it's either all three of them or it's none of them, right?
So Jericho will just ask... Sorry, I lost my train of thought again.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, just return back, I guess. To, like, the rest of the group. Because do we even have anybody else to ask, or...
Those are your four main suspects. Like, anybody else you've kind of already ruled off.
Okay.
Because I suppose it is possible it's Nala. But again, based off the combat prowess you saw, if it is Nala, that's a hell of a powerful changeling. Right? Because technically a changeling couldn't...
At that point, we should just let him get away with it.
Yeah, that point is like, maybe we'll just let him have it. We're not going to be bifurcated by crazy blue changeling lady.
I don't want to be thrown through a window and my head tossed at one of my friends.
Exactly, right. If it is not like, you're probably better just letting her have it.
I pretend not to see it.
Yeah, but Nala is technically possibly a changeling because they're still technically a medium-sized creature, thus a changeling can impersonate them. Right? The only person size-wise that can't fit is Lydia. Like, she's the only small creature. That's the only one that can't be a changeling by that definition.
Right.
But again, Nala's got enough backup that is like, probably not her. Everybody saw her mass murdering.
Well, Jericho's gonna bring the others back then.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, go. It's right. From what I can gather throughout the line of questioning, it's either, to me, Hargelda or Shuffles. There's a lot of things as to why it's probably not Regala. He's a paladin, holy magic, the whole ego thing, and just his general demeanor. It's either he's very well at keeping up appearances, otherwise, you know.
He's a good narcissist, not a bad narcissist.
Yeah, I really don't think it's him.
He's still a racist, but yeah.
I tend to agree with that. Brightburn just wants it.
I just wanted to be him.
That's it. As from Maldron, Gwendolyn has spoken to him, I think, twice on different occasions, and along with this conversation, he just generally seems like he's not interested in anything but cartography and hasn't lived a very that kind of lifestyle where he would. He seems very timid, or at least very not accustomed to combat or.
He's not used to strife.
Strife, yeah, basically. Yeah.
So we group him back up.
Oh, I thought we were grouped up.
Oh yeah, I thought.
Yeah, you guys are grouped back up.
I know, just no one was talking in character. We keep having these little side bits, and I'm just like, what's happening?
So what suspicions do you throw on Hargelda? What makes you think it might be them?
Well, I mean, I like Hargelda, and she's a very nice person. The only thing that... jeez. Sorry. This takes a lot of, impact on me, because I'm not exactly used to being suspicious of every person's motive. But, I mean, I couldn't help but notice that, at least when it comes to the stories that everyone provided me with, Hargelda... she forgot probably one of the most obvious pieces of the puzzle, which was Nala. Running around and defenestrating and eviscerating random people. Or pirates. You know, it's like, she didn't forget to, of course, acknowledge the explosion, which, I mean, I guess is a given, but for someone as lively as her, it's kind of hard to miss. I mean, hell, even Shuffles had mentioned her.
Maybe she didn't want to think about it. She wanted the imagery to not stick in her mind.
I feel like the type of person that Hargelda is, I doubt that she would mind that.
She said they were wounded, correct? Could it not be they were simply concerned about their own livelihood as opposed to, Nala being completely able to handle themselves?
Well, I can't exactly... Or, can you rephrase that? Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm understanding it right.
You said they were wounded. Wouldn't that make sense that they were just worried about the fight they were in, as opposed to other people fighting?
Well, that is a likelihood, but at the same time... hey, here. All I know, right, is that she and I are bards. And bards are kind of at the last of everybody's list of who to interrogate. I mean, we're generally speaking friendly, outgoing folk that are easy to get along with and even better to get along with. And that exact thing can kind of make it to where trails are a bit harder to keep because, before you know it, all of a sudden we charm you or, something of that sort.
What about you? Your after? Well, I mean, I guess it'd be Hemlock. I'd be asking her. Does Brightburn know like what he was doing the whole?
If you were down there with them, probably.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then what about you? Are you as suspicious of Hergelda as well? Is this who?
She, from what Malcolm said about her recoiling from the fact of not wanting people to touch her, which is a fair. That's fine, but I think a changeling would also be quite reserved about that as well, or at least anyone who is quite suspicious of that thing would probably be concerned of other people touching them, even if there were good intentions behind the person. Alvin said he was just trying to simply check up on her. Though it could be her bravado. And her, I guess, willingness to not take help from an elf.
We've narrowed it, but we still don't have any concrete evidence.
Well, narrowing is kind of what we were going for.
I mean, no, fair enough. Yeah.
I guess
But
that's a
now
good
we-
question. Well, hold up. Zaki brings up a good point. Are you guys letting Lydia in on any of this, or are you still keeping her out of the loop?
We'd probably let Lydia in on that.
Fuck!
I was, I'm gonna say that while they're discussing, since Micah will just ask for a recap anyways, they're gonna walk off and try to find Lydia and invite her.
Okay, sounds good. So Lydia would be on the conversation. Good.
There goes now producing 1.5 times more splat.
Her hearing all this, though, she will bring up. I'll make a check for this to see if she brings it up.
Don't let your godly DM rolls fail you now.
No, she rolled a 15-int check, so yeah, that's plenty. She will point out one thing as she looks over. Goes, I'm just a goblin, and not that brilliant compared to some people, but. You were talking about how Helgelda and Maldron were together, and that she didn't talk about Nala. Neither of them mentioned Shuffles.
As you said, Shuffles claimed to fight from the shadow, or as they said, Shuffles claimed to fight from the shadows. It'd be hard to see. You were up there fighting. Did you notice Shuffles?
Well, to be honest, my fighting in the shadows is a little different, since in my case, she kind of picks up her bow, shot from a distance in a lot of cases. But the fact of the matter, no matter how good someone is at fighting in the shadows, once you strike, they're gonna see you.
Throughout
I
all
can't
the
attest to
conversations,
Seen her.
Did you ask either of them if they ever saw her during the fight?
No, we did not.
I completely forgot.
my money's still on Shuffles. The little bit I have, it's deceptive origins, and now Lydia's bringing up that not many people have mentioned her during the fight. And I can't help but be suspicious of the card-shaped device used.
I mean, seems logical to me.
If I may make a suggestion, I've been thinking on Brightburn's original plan, and I've thought of something possibly similar. But alongside with questioning the rest of the people that are on board, as you have been, we could also make the imposter come to us. In the end, they are here for the treaty, and they have yet to find it. They will try again, and if they snatch the wrong one, that might be a good sign. If any of us were to hold one, inevitably somebody would try to get into our rooms, wouldn't they?
We don't exactly have rooms.
Yeah, you guys sleep in the wide open.
I mean, a cot area general. Somebody would
God.
come in.
Sorry, I just realized based off your logic, you're gonna get frickin' Jade killed. Because Jade's gonna sneak in tonight.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
That's alright, you don't know that, keep going.
Fuck. Yeah, they'll continue on. Not knowing about that thing. I'm sorry, Jade, please don't die. If somebody were to go to the captain, not when everybody is actively having dinner, but maybe as we're leaving, could make it look like we are getting something from him to create enough suspicion so that they will look into us. Just a thought.
I mean, I see where you're going, Mika, but...
Micah.
It's just... I'm not sure how they would assume we have the paperwork.
Well, that depends either on performance. 1 second, I need to change my key because I keep typing into the board.
Oh.
Do you guys hear my fan?
No.
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 Okay, cool. Then I'll just keep it here.
The fan of your adoration?
The fan of my adoration.
Me.
Mhm. But what was the question again? So I can bounce back onto it.
How are we going to make them think we have the paperwork?
Oh, that's part of visiting the captain. We look around, enter into his room, stay there for a while. At least one person, anyways. And maybe enough times somebody will notice.
Lydia's just kind of scratching her head. I don't know. It could work, but...
That's why I say in tandem. Because either we do find them through interrogation, or they may come to us at some point. If not the captain himself, we could always keep an eye on him, because in the end, again, they still want the treaty. They're not going to leave this boat until they do.
Well, you guys suggested about looking into people's rooms at some point, right?
You can check Shuffle's room.
Yeah. Exactly. All you gotta do is keep Shuffle distracted for a while while one of us looks in his room.
Jericho and Shuffle have become good friends.
I could distract them.
Lydia, would you be opposed to perhaps checking her room?
He kind of looks over at you. I suppose I could. But what's in it for me? This is kind of a big risk.
Well, nobody's going to Unity if this isn't solved. They already tried to stop us.
Roll me a persuasion check, Micah.
Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. 15.
Ooh, nice.
I suppose you got a point there, Micah. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll look into it. But, and she's gonna look at you guys owe me a favor in the future. Deal?
Sounds fair to me.
Deal.
You have the word
Seems-
of Brightburn.
Later in the future, I want to stab Jericho. Let me stab him.
So what's gonna happen is Jericho is gonna go missing, and none of you are gonna question it. Deal?
It's part of the favor.
Right?
Brightburn will not raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, you will ignore the body floating in the ocean.
If Jericho
look,
becomes a
strange
bard,
fish.
like if Jericho becomes a College of Whispers bard because of all of this, that's not on him.
To be fair, none of that's ever said. This is all memeing. But yeah.
I know.
Oh.
Okay.
Are you able to cast invisibility on Hemlock? Jericho.
Oh, I certainly can.
Alright. Well, when everyone's away from their rooms, perhaps Lydia, you can take the invisibility potion and Hemlock will go with you.
Yeah, I suppose that works.
Oh, the only thing though is that Hemlock would have to be very careful as to not let her go. Because, well, if that happens, well, I don't think he'll find his way back. Depending.
Now, just be wary. Hemlock will have to roll a stealth check as well if they go together.
That's fine.
Just letting you know, like, it's if two creatures go, each creature must make a stealth check.
I know. Honey, just, be hidden in her fucking...
Well, before they
thing and not
go,
move.
Jericho could give both of them an inspiration.
Yeah, that's allowed. Yep. That is
Because-
totally what inspirations are for, so that is 100%
Yes.
cool.
Which I think is
So-
funny because it'd just be like, well, you guys are still on, I think, on the planning phase. I'm gonna let that happen, and then I'll do it.
I think we
believe-
just wait for the next
go ahead.
food period. The one where Shuffles is away from her room.
I think...
I thought we were gonna.
Yeah, no, like Lydia said, the best thing to do is for someone to take her out of her room.
I can.
I mean, Val looks at Jericho. That's it.
So
I'm just kidding.
No, I have yet to take her offer. Jericho knows what kind of offer that is.
wouldn't
Jericho squints, trying to remember what the offer might be. Jericho nods.
Micah will just sigh and do the whole circle on one hand, poke through circle.
No, he got it. It took him a second because he's whiz low, but yeah.
wouldn't that be in her room though?
It's more exciting when it's not.
Perhaps.
Lydia's just kind of looking at Micah like, I mean, I don't suppose she wouldn't, but I mean, you could go perhaps just a little less, balls deep, she says with a quotation marks.
Micah, couldn't you ask Shuffles for a rematch with your card game?
That I could.
Time to lose
just
more money.
saying.
Let's go.
Gonna lose more fucking money.
All you need to do is play up the flirtatiousness. Roll it out.
Exactly. And if you need more time, again, it's on the table.
Also, I just love the concept that you're gonna go try to have sex in a small boat in a room that's not locked, just in the open somewhere.
They're gonna. They're gonna.
Listen,
No, they're not.
traditionism.
They'll
You find
find
a
Talk to the
closet.
captain.
A closet. This is a boat.
You
I,
find,
for
you
one-
find some place.
I, for one, think it would be hot as fuck to fuck in a crow's nest.
Yeah, just. God.
Nah, guys. Just fucking the engine, like the destroyed engine.
Oh yeah, because that
sounds
won't
like a-
scar Jade.
I won't scar the child inside
He doesn't
there.
have to hide anymore.
He doesn't have to hide.
I'd like to think that Jade is hanging out with Brightburn and like playing childish games.
Just
Hey,
bait
man.
Regala out of his room and then fuck in his room.
I was thinking of that too,
I
honestly.
thought you said fuck him.
I
Have a
mean,
threesome.
exactly.
And the boy could use some pegging.
Anyway.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm gonna just toss it out here since it's incredibly how horny this group is. That that the simple
Unbelievable.
solution would be maybe, just maybe, Jericho could say, "Hey, do you want to come up to the deck and like watch the sunrise with me or something?" You could go the romantic, less horny route. Just putting it out there, guys.
Miles.
Yeah, but he, this
There's
group is
a
not
lot of-
much.
What's funny?
There is a lot of routes we could take that isn't the horn.
I know.
Yeah.
I
Jericho
know.
is
very
so many not
Jericho
horny
is
routes.
Jericho is scared and very gay.
Yeah.
I don't think it would work out
Scared
that
and
well.
gay. Yeah, Mike only puts that out there because they said they want a distraction long enough, and it's something that Shuffles has already offered, so it's more likely that Micah doesn't have to try to convince her of anything.
Hey, maybe they finish quickly, or vice versa, you know?
I
Well,
don't
you know.
think that's possible.
Just pretend like he's
Jade in the engine room. No!
So far the plan is Micah / Jericho distract Shuffles while Hemlock and Lydia go snoop in the room.
Yes,
Right?
that is the
Yeah.
plan.
At dinner time?
Again, that could be at any time. Like again, I'll give you the Lydia will point this out because you have an NPC, so I'm allowed to point this out. She would suggest not to do during it when everybody's literally in the hallway, and thus increasing the odds of
watch.
someone noticing them. Right? Like,
Micah would back that up because that's exactly what happened.
Fair enough. I have one more thing to add to it that Uvek and I could very easily be a last minute backup distraction if need be. Just look for the cues.
Yeah.
let's put it this way: the odds of Lydia sneaking in now, with the place being people in their rooms, is far less likely to get caught than when you guys were all in the room, sneaking up, sneaking past everybody, moving towards the room, picking the locks when everybody's in the rooms, with a direct sight to the hallway, right? So, you're probably better to do it when everybody's in their rooms, and then invite Shuffles out of her room, right?
Mhm.
No, fair enough.
And then have
I
them
think
sneak in, yeah.
Fall to whatever Lydia felt she would want to do it.
That's how Lydia. Given the fact that you're using Lydia and her entire, she's a rogue, right? That's her class. That's how she would suggest it.
Then let's do it.
Well, sounds like a plan.
Okay. So for the sake of quickness, we'll say, Micah, you invite Shuffles to do what?
So is this happening now, or just like we're preparing?
Well, we could either or. It doesn't really matter. There's not really much prep for this.
Okay.
It's just whatever you're using to get her out of the room.
Yeah. Micah will probably, knock on her door. Just kind of explain that they are extremely bored, and the people downstairs are kind of driving them crazy, which is not a complete lie. Yeah. It's they drive them a little crazy. So asks for a distraction, and if she offers for a quote unquote distraction in the room, because I know she's horny as hell, they will make a bet. So they have to play a few card games. And Micah will probably lose monies.
Okay, so Mike is to let's play some cards. That's the
Yeah.
distraction. Okay, Roll me an advantaged persuasion check.
I roll it twice.
You can also just hit the plus button when you roll it once.
Oh yeah, that.
You don't need to re-roll. That's more than enough. The DC,
Bad luck in the beginning did for you.
just had to beat a 10. That's
Christ.
all you had to beat was a 10.
The bar was low, but you know what? We go big or go home.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make it too tough on you.
Thank you. After the last time.
Yeah. So you and Shuffles go play some cards. Okay, Lydia and Hemlock are turned invisible. Sorry, I'm going to speed run this a little just so we can.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, you're good.
Sounds fair.
So they're
Stealth
invisible. So I need Hemlock and Lydia, which obviously I do Lydia, to roll stealth checks.
Don't forget the inspiration, y'all.
And advantage.
Ooh.
Woo!
I will reveal this to everyone just for the sake that I'm not even going to bother with the
Holy
advantage.
Holy shit!
Get the fuck out of here!
Goddamn!
But anyways, you might get a nat 20.
Then she's got to pick the lock because she locked her door. That's a fee. That is just a standard. I'll just make this a. Oh, wait a minute. No, I actually did give her expertise in thieves' tools, so I'll just do her stealth check again. Yep. That's more than enough to open the door.
Thanks, Heath, for letting us, for finishing this mission for us.
Now here's where things come tricky. I'll need an investigation check from Hemlock and Lydia to see what they can find.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
This is what we worked out all that bad luck for. Knocks on wood.
Yeah.
My desk is wood.
Let's fucking go.
I'm going to add
Lydia-
D6.
Yeah, well, the
Yeah,
Lydia
he's
will too, because that's the one I think is best for everybody.
Oh my god.
I mean, 18 and 16. Hey.
Okay, those are both passes. Lydia had failed if it wasn't for the Bardic.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go!
Which I just want to let you know, the inspiration in question towards Lydia was like the lightest smack on the shoulder, followed by an immediate recoil at her potentially thinking that was a threat. He's just like, "You got this."
Okay, so let me explain what you guys find in there. So, you guys search through the room, and you have a hard time finding anything concrete evidence-wise. The room looks like it's been very tidied up and very much, how to put it, it looks really neat. Like, neater than you would expect, right?
Like somebody just cleaned up blood.
Like someone cleaned up after we threw suspicion at them. And
Yeah,
was
like it's suspiciously clean, but here's the clue that you got, that's the smoking GNU. Right? Oh, sorry, what were you going to say, Crystal?
I was just gonna say, because Jericho has been in Shuffle's room, I know that he doesn't know, like, right now, but if he had explained what he saw beforehand, would it be the same pristine cleanness, or...?
I don't know if Jericho would have gone into that detail of explaining what the room looked like.
Like, it'd probably be after the fact.
Yeah, like, that's something you can get from after the fact.
Jericho's knowledge, not necessarily ours, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You might be able to discuss it when you get back, but there's definitely nothing that would make it now.
I just didn't want to forget, because I probably would. So.
Yeah, no, that's fair point, Crystal. But you could discuss that after, but discussing it now would be pointless.
Real quick, would Micah not have created a psychic link between the people who are active inside of the... I don't know.
No, yeah, I guess Micah could have. But
I mean, Hemlock can also just communicate back to Gwendolyn and communicate.
And Gwendolyn can literally see through Hemlock's eyes.
Yep. So
plus,
Yeah,
there's
I
nothing
imagine
really.
we do the chain.
Yeah, there's nothing really to gain. It's fine. Again, now back to the info that's actually important for you to know. This is what the check was for. Like, no, the investigation was unnecessary to find out that the room's really neat.
Mm-hmm.
What Lydia and Hemlock discover, though, that is unique, is out the portcullis window. You find just a bit of you find a little bit of white fabric that looks to be from some sort of white gown. As if someone had just threw a white dress outside of a portcullis.
And into the... I guess he'll say hushedly. That seems like what we're looking for, at least. Why would there be a white fabric thrown outside of that?
It at least seems like it's something to be suspicious about for her. I think we might have something with this.
That means perhaps any evidence she might have thrown, other evidence you might have thrown outside as well. Unless we can find something else in this room.
Probably tough. I mean, you didn't say or do anything that would have tipped her off, would you?
We certainly did.
I think we've got enough to suspect her. I don't think we're going to find much for evidence. If she's a pro, she probably got rid of everything the second she thought she was under suspicion.
Exactly.
But I think we know who to keep an eye on for the rest of the cruise, if nothing else.
There's nothing else we can find in the room?
Nothing in particular. You gathered there was any other sort of smoking gun evidence. She probably keeps it on herself.
So now we get naughty with her.
Do you think,
you know, a little pat down.
perhaps, while invisible, you'd be able to slight anything from her?
I could try it, but if she catches us, we're gonna be in trouble.
Just a suggestion.
She kind of thinks to herself, okay, but you guys are gonna owe me big for this. Don't forget, sleight of hand is not an advantage when invisible.
Let me relay that back. And Gwendolyn will speak. So, seems like that the fabric is been thrown out the window, so she's been tipped off.
It looks like she was getting rid of any evidence.
This is everybody?
This is to everyone who's downstairs.
Yeah, so not
So-
you because you're playing cards and losing your money.
Yeah.
Christ
So,
into hands.
Brightburn, Unvik.
Actually, speaking of which, let's roll a couple
Judicature.
hands just to see what you lose.
Jericho's
Micah is
just
going
like
to charge the others for this.
Jericho's just surprised Pikachu face. Oh my god, she was so nice though.
So
Oh,
Zaku,
cool.
roll me your either a wisdom, a charisma. Yeah, wisdom or charisma check. Your pick, since you are not proficient with playing cards.
Okay, wisdom or charisma. Okie dokie. Just charisma altogether.
Yeah, just your charisma check.
And ability check. Oh no.
Well, let's see how much you
Back.
lose. Didn't destroy you, at least.
God, fuck. Okay.
Enough that you lost 2 gold, though. It was pretty bad. We're looking at a 10-point difference here. So you lost 2 gold. But we'll make it simple. You just lost 2 more gold to her.
Damn. I forgot to ask if I could do like a sleight of hand cheat.
You can, but when you get caught with those, bad things happen. Plus, that nat one would have been a sleight of hand, meaning you would have got caught.
Just let me look at your card really quick. I'm just gonna flip it over from your hand. Okay, I will put that in my inventory. -2 gold.
Extra, just like Micah is just like taking out a stick with the mirror on the other end, just kind of just hovers above Shuffle's head, just like, hold on, just checking back your head for lice.
Oh my god, look at that! What's over there? It's a bird, it's a plane!
Exactly.
So should I tell Lydia that we can try and slight her for whatever evidence she has on her? Or do we not take that risk?
Vern will slap his fist into his hand. I say go for the card. She's got to be holding more on her.
I looks towards the rest of the party.
That's good. That should take other people's opinions. Bryburn's too aggressive.
Uvek, Jericho? Micah's not there, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is just for
This
the
is
downstairs
during.
people.
Yeah, this is during the game, and they've just went inside the room.
That seems
I've
really
been-
risky.
I've been gone for 5 minutes scrubbing food. Scrubbing some stew for dinner, so sorry about that.
Are we sliding the evidence from
Potential evidence.
potential evidence from Shuffles, or are we not taking that huge risk?
Yeah, because it comes down to you're not certain if she's got evidence. You just gather if there's anything that's more like, oh my god, this is
Damning.
it would be on her, because then she could keep an eye on it, right? Because one of the things she literally told how to break into their room was you could turn invisible and break into someone's room, so she's expecting this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she literally gave you that advice. Alright?
But yeah, Juniper thinks it's really risky.
Yeah, it's super risky, because if you get caught, then you don't know what'll happen, and Micah is alone up top right now.
Hey, they'll be with Lydia.
Or on
and
Bob.
Hemlock.
And Hemlock, yeah. And Hemlock, yeah.
Hemlock can do things.
I mean, yeah, there's gotta be others unless shit they're nearby, so.
Yeah, well, there's people in the room.
But this is a rogue onto rogue. She's gonna fucking shank Micah in like the thigh or something.
Hey, she needs to be able to gain advantage if she's a rogue.
Depending on her subclass.
Yeah.
Assassination attempt!
Assassination attempt!
It's a 50-50.
That's if she is a rogue.
That's if she's a rogue.
Yeah, if
But
she is
she's
a rogue.
probably if she's a rogue, it'd probably be Arcane Trickster, since they have access to invisibility and things like that. Or if that was the case.
Possible. Mind you, she
Possible.
didn't use. If she had invisibility,
That's
she
true.
probably would have used it to go in to sabotage
That
the
is-
bomb. So she probably
is
doesn't. Right. So
But in any case,
Yeah. you could assume
Uvek,
you
Jericho?
can guess rogue just because that's the kind of thing you'd put in there, but you
Yeah.
can't be certain. Obviously. And the subclass, you'd have no clue. I would not advise you to guess the subclass.
yeah, big risk, or we'll try and find other ways to get information.
I
I'd say
mean,
let's
to be
risk it.
fair, as Lydia did say too, is now that you know, like, you're not like, oh, it's 100% her, but you know enough that you can keep an eye on her the whole trip, that would basically neutralize her. Like, that's the thing. I'm letting you guys know, you can neutralize her at this point, because you know who the person is.
Neutralize as in take her out.
Neutralize as in
we're
she's...
watching her.
Yeah, if she's constantly
we
getting watched, she cannot
can-
do anything else.
counter move her every time.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Like, you don't have enough to put her in prison, but you got enough to keep an eye on her.
Right.
But Juniper will be like, I think we should wait to save the sleight of hand for later, and you could keep Hemlock watching her porthole to make sure if she decides that it's too risky to hold things on her, that he can grab it if she disposes of it.
How long ago was the conversation that Jericho had with Shuffles?
Oh, it's been some time. It's been hours. Because you started with Shuffles, then you moved to everybody else, then you went back down, and then you had a conversation, then you came up with a plan. Like, it's been most of the day. Like, Shuffles was first. Maybe if you did Shuffles last, it wouldn't have been so much, but you did Shuffles first, so a lot of time has passed.
Yeah, that's correct. Any thoughts, Uvek, Jericho?
I'd say probably then if we can just neutralize her without causing too much of a scene, that'd probably be best.
Jericho just seems flabbergasted.
There,
He did not have seen this coming.
It's okay. It's all going to be ogre soon.
Lydia will strike tonight.
Hemlock will after some time. We've decided. We've decided not to go forth with the trying to see if she has anything on her person.
Okay.
Do we tell the
sounds fine by
captain?
me. Yeah,
Shoot.
but that's part of how you neutralize her. You tell the captain to keep an eye on her with the crew, right? Like, if the whole crew is
Yeah.
watching her, she cannot do anything.
Yeah.
Right? Like, again, you don't have enough to arrest her. Like, this is a country and rule of law, right? Like, you have no...
Yeah.
You have at best circumstantial evidence.
Oh, come on. This is international waters. We can do whatever we want. That's,
the fuck would
that's
she
how it
throw
works,
some-
right?
Why the fuck would she do? Who throws that shit out, huh? Come on.
Yeah,
That was a
right?
perfectly good dress.
Yeah, well, white fabric at least. For all you know, she
Believe-
tossed out... For all you know, she wet the bed. You have no...
Believe it or not, Jericho kind of made her panic, which is probably why she forgot that part.
Which part?
Leaving the hanging little piece of white fabric.
Well, no, what happened is she was... Again, this is meta, but it's not important meta. What happened was she was tossing out evidence, and a little bit snagged within the window, but it was so little she didn't notice. That's why I needed a high investigation check to notice it.
Well, my point is that she seems to be a meticulous person, but she may have panicked.
Maybe, that is true.
Considering that she literally fucking spring cleaned her entire goddamn room.
Oh, fair.
I mean,
Exactly,
yeah,
right.
it caused her to be like, oh shit, someone is onto me. They are onto me.
True.
He's like, we
course.
suspect someone. It's not you, but we suspect someone.
By the way,
Asking for
the
your
interrogation
phone.
tricks you just told me, I'm going to use them on you right now. I'm sorry, it was just... I just laughed so hard when he did that. I'm like, Shuffles, oh my god.
Yeah, Jericho,
We love the boy.
he...
He.
Yeah.
Like, it was just... It was just
Like,
the comedy of the
I keep
fact-
thinking of Klaus every single fucking time. It is so annoying. Like every single fucking time. Because granted, right? There was a non% chance that she was just a red herring, right?
Yeah.
But Jericho is just like, oh well, they were nice to me, so they must be a good person, right?
I mean... Okay, so... For the purposes of this, you have solved it. Obviously, I've given you all the hints to know that you know it's Shuffles, but you don't have enough to arrest her. But you have enough to neutralize her. So, with that in point, she's not going to try anything for the rest of the trip because she's now being observed, and she knows she's being observed. So I will point one factor out there for your sake, Dylan. The first time I ran this quest, it was Regalia. I changed it up this time around. Regala was originally the spy because you guys never bothered to talk much about his order with him. But
I had no suspicions other than he was a dick. Like, I was just like, what?
But his order is very much destroy and kill the infidel.
Damn.
Right?
Yeah.
They might just be killing himself right now.
Yeah, but
So-
that just means he would have been very good because, like, I'm going to destroy and kill the infidel, and that is I'm gonna draw a suspicion onto myself by being a big paladin man.
Yeah, and the most, like, dressed up armor of all.
Well, yeah, don't
armor.
get me
I mean,
wrong.
it's hiding
Like,
in plain sight too.
he hides in the
It
original
is.
version. He hid in plain sight, he did get the pirates in the explosion of the bomb, and his whole purpose was his order views Unity as a place of sin and disgust.
Yeah, that's what I got. You were saying, I mean, infidels, take out the infidels or whatever.
Yeah, right. And that's why they were screwing up. I changed it for this time because I wanted to. Originally, Shuffles was a man too in the last version. But
good for her.
yeah. Well, Shuffles wasn't a
Fucking
changeling
queen.
either. Shuffles was just a random NPC I threw on the boat originally.
Trans icon.
Yeah. And the reason he was called Shuffles, and I'm just going to do this for the sake of the gag before we move on, I'll show you Shuffles' original artwork. But, and then we'll move on to Unity as you guys will reach the town. As you guys have solved the problem. You solved who it was. You figured out who Shuffle was. But unfortunately, you don't have enough to arrest them, and Shuffles. And then I will explain what happens next as you guys hit the island.
And we keep especially good eye on her as we're nearing port.
Yeah. But okay, I'll just explain. So, as the day goes, the week passes. Well, 2 weeks pass because the engine got destroyed. But you guys eventually see what looks to be the coastline of Unity in the distance. It looks quite odd at the moment. It's you see vast greens. Looks very beautiful in the coastline. I'm so tired. It's been a long day. Anyways, oh yeah, just for shickles. That was Shuffles originally. Or this is Shuffles originally. That was his original concept art.
Roll 20, the stock photo.
Yeah, it was a roll 20 stock photo. Again, guys, remember first campaign.
Stock is stalking.
Part of the reason I changed is because that was such a terrible picture, and then I saw the Shuffles picture of this one. I'm like, that's the new Shuffles. Any case, as I say, you see what looks to be the large area of Unity. Vast greens and grasslands. You see what looks to be a giant mountain ranges. The land is breathtaking and huge. You also see what looks to be in the far, far distance, what looks to be like volcanic smoke, but that's like hundreds of miles, thousands of... Actually, let me actually double check how far that was. Never mind, you can't see it at that distance. I'm actually not sure how far you can see a volcano from. Any case,
The smoke can give it away.
no, that's it. You would see a smokestack, but I'm not sure if 1,000 miles is a little far for that.
Maybe a little.
Yeah.
But I walked that 1,000 miles.
Maybe
you walk 500 miles and 500 more.
I wanna not exist.
So I can just see you tonight. Dun, 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 dun.
No, I think we both went in 2 completely different songs. I hated that.
Yeah, I think everybody take a different song that will hit the 1,000. I went, if I could walk 500 miles, I could walk 500 more. Walk 500 more just to be the man who walks 500
All down to your
Anyways, back to the game. You guys approach what looks to be this massive port city as you approach the boat. As the captain looks over at you, he goes, it's finally here. Well, and he looks over at the lot of you. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for us. Whether or not who you said it was really the case, at least it seemed to prevent any sort of further incursions on the boat. So you have my gratitude for that. But for the time being, all of you seem to be quite welcome. If you're looking for stuff on the boat, though, I wish to reward you. So he's gonna reach into his pocket and pull out a paper. If you bring this over to the there's a friend of mine who might be able to give you some coin for this. Head towards the Mixing Pot Tavern. He'll give you a free room and board
Oh,
for as long as you're in the city from me.
Great, thank you so much.
Not only that, though, I also wish to give you a thanks, and he will reach in, and you each get 40 gold.
Let's go.
No longer broke, bitches.
This is also
And
a
that
reward-
is.
Oh, sorry, never mind. You first.
because that's a bit of a reward for you for doing everything you did for us. It's not a lot for some, but I'm sure it will keep you going at least in your first days.
Oh, just equally appreciated.
How much did you say?
40.
40. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Brightburn will refuse it because that's what heroes do.
Well, if that's what you want there, Mr. Brightburn, I won't force it upon you.
I'll take it if he doesn't want it.
The only reward Brightburn needs is the satisfaction of a job well done.
Oh, I'm gonna miss you guys. Is like you see Donnie running up on the gate with big open arms.
Jericho's gonna
boy.
meet him.
Well, you will miss you guys. It was all so much fun.
We're gonna miss you too, big guy.
Oh, he's just gonna bear hug Jericho. Jericho, roll me a
Crushes
con
him.
save.
Bring it in!
Hey,
You take it like a
Yes.
champ. You
Jericho loves him as well, and is just happy.
So if Brightburn's not taking his share, are we allowed to share it? Gwendolyn's just like, stop it.
No, Brightburn is donating his share to the ship. You point his finger at.
Donating back to the place that gave me the money in the first place.
Jericho just feels conflicted because he has this money in his hand, but he's like, eh.
It looks like I can create so many good recipes with this.
Oh wait, there was one point of order we did forget. So actually, the first night, there was one thing that we forgot to check. Jade Shoe Tree, while you guys were sleeping, accidentally trips and falls and lands on top of you, Juniper.
Aw. Just a napping buddy, you know? Baby, she tried her best.
He's like,
And
"Bitch."
just for the gag of it, Juniper, due to the fact that you're a person who always sleeps, what ends up happening is you guys wake up and you see Juniper is holding on the Jade Shoe Tree like a teddy bear.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she like wakes up and is like, do you wanna cuddle? That's okay. And then just grabs her and is just like hugging her like a teddy bear.
That is so good.
Insert the, you know when cats do the stretching and their little paws are extending, but that's
Yeah.
just... that's just her butt trying to get out.
Yeah.
As
Well,
I-
it failed, but I mean, we'll have to work on this. I don't believe this is. I don't believe Brightburn would have ever found himself in that situation.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Nothing to be down upon. It was your first mission.
I'll do better next time.
I know you will.
I'm just gonna roll a perception just for curiosity's sake. Okay, I was hoping I failed.
I mean, to be fair, you have to beat the passive's the thing, right?
I know.
And even at disadvantage, I think it's still higher than... Oh wait, you're 12? Minus 5. I guess 7. Oh, I still think it's funnier that you woke up with just having her in a teddy bear hug.
I feel
it
like
was more than,
regardless...
like, she may have noticed her there, but if she noticed the fish, and then I was like, if, you know, she's hugging her the whole night, that's still Jade's opportunity to sneak the fish kind of thing.
True, let's try a contested. Maybe she can sleight of hand it on you.
Believe in you.
Jade, no!
Let's go!
She did
Wait,
it!
isn't that just against your passive perception though?
That would still beat the passive. Because you're a disadvantage when
It's minus
sleeping.
5. And it's minus
Okay, cool.
Yeah, when you're sleeping, your passives are at minus 5. That's why you take watch, right?
Okay.
Then I
I'm
will
happy.
rephrase.
I failed the active anyway.
Yes, Brightburn is so happy too. He'd be like, not the way Brightburn would have done it, but he couldn't be proud.
I would think the perception check when she woke up was whether she noticed the fish when she got out of bed.
That was the only point. They got the fish on there.
She's like, why do I smell fish? I guess it's just a ship. Goes on about her day.
I pinned the tail on the donkey. The donkey's standing on top of me, but I did it.
I mean, I also like the fact, though, that, you know, a cat with a fish, you probably didn't even think anything of it anyways. Anyways, back from the retrospect night. You guys are approaching Salmon Bay as you guys hit the dock. As you hit the dock and the boat opens up, I will switch over.
Do you know
Salmon
what's even
Bay.
funnier? Sorry.
Nope. Yep.
Juniper will just think she slept, walk, and grabbed a fish. She won't even think that someone put it on her.
Head empty, no thought.
There we go. And
Jade
you guys
could never do any wrong. Never ever.
are on Salmon Bay. So, let me finally describe the opening scene. So, as you guys finally hit the docks of the bay, you guys, with the rest of the group of the ship leaving, you guys find many of the other crewmates leaving. You guys keep an eye on Shuffles, but she looks over at you and goes, well, it was a fun trip with all of you, but I suppose it is time for me to start exploring this new world, yes?
As she walks.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Sorry.
No.
Is the captain still here?
For the sake of this, I can say you can still talk to him, yes?
So now that we have suspicion of her, what are we going to do about Shuffles?
Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do except, say, keep an eye on her, but unfortunately, the evidence you have at best doesn't lead us to suspect her of any we can't prove a thing. Unity, we've got laws about that.
Right. If I cast suggestion on her and ask her to give an honest retelling of her hand in all of this, would that help?
We don't generally use magic to coerce people into confessions, since it can be a slippery slope in our country. For example, you could cast suggestion and force someone to say something they weren't supposed to.
Right.
Right. Evidence has to hold up in the ways of proof of concept, otherwise the system gets a little mucky.
Can we not search her then?
I mean, again, we have to have enough reason to.
Alright.
Don't worry though, I've got information, we'll have people keep an eye on her. But unfortunately, if it is her, we're gonna just have to rely on it. Perhaps you'll meet her down the line to see if you can solve something, but for the time being, it's what we got.
Very.
But look at the bright side. We're all here, and we're all safe, and the treaty's still with us. So if they've got any other mischief planned, at least it'll hopefully be blunted from this.
You can continue on.
Okay. Anyway, so Shuffle leaves the boat. Lord Regalia comes up next. Well, I suppose it's time for me to explore this and get the information for my order to see whether this place is worthwhile or not. It was... Looks over at your party. I'm not gonna lie, it was horrible. I will see you later. Hopefully not, though. Bye. He just leaves the boat.
Right,
That's when-
shouts at him as he's leaving. Yeah, you weren't so great yourself, pal!
The god sucks!
Your god sucks, yeah. Nala is the next off the boat. Go, Nala finally find place to find strong man to mate with, huh? See if they're worthy man on this island.
Best of luck to your adventure of sorts. Or
Nala
quest.
will look good. She looks over at you, Brightburn. You sure you still don't want to try fight? You look strong, man.
Brightburn is too young to be thinking about a serious relationship.
Eric just chuckles and just.
She looks really confused at that statement.
Well, good looking. Well, that's down to you. Oh, I'm sorry. You first.
Yeah, what were we saying, Dylan?
Oh no, sorry, nothing.
No.
Just that. Too young for a relationship. Sorry.
Anyone who wants to roll an insight check on Nala's face, though, may do so.
Sure. Haven't done much. Yep.
I'm gonna roll an insight because I'm so good at those.
Yeah, even Jericho got this one because it was simple. The thought you guys that crosses her face is, what does relationship have to do about having sex and kids? like, like the concept was like they didn't seem to match up for her.
Just the wafting sex hormones.
I mean, I'm also pretty busy with the whole, superhero thing.
She still looks confused, but decides to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, I just adopted a sidekick. I don't really have time for that anymore. Sorry.
She's just looking for a sperm donor at this point.
Yeah, I'm just looking for excuses, Keith.
I know. It's just. Okay, next person off the ship you guys would see is Lydia. Starts coming up to the top to leave. Well, it looks like I'm finally here. Let's see if this place is better than the last one.
Yeah, it's definitely a change of scenery.
Yeah, well, considering the scenery I used to have, anything's better.
Well, at least, hey, it's better than the sea, I think. I do kind of miss dry land.
Yeah, you could say that again. Well, you boys and girls, I'll see you all later. Don't forget, you owe me a favor in the future. I will be cashing in on that.
Well, thank you for your assistance. It was deeply appreciated, and where for you, we'd probably be still chasing our tails.
Yeah, well, you're not so bad. Even the elf.
I do
What are
hope
you gonna be-
that you find what you're looking for, Lydia.
He's saying, not really looking directly at her, but more at her toes.
God, that's really hard with a goblin that you're taller than.
Yeah.
Like, you're just looking down.
His chin is to his fucking, chest.
Yeah, I know. Like, how do you look at someone's feet when you stand a foot 2 feet taller than them?
Okay, damn, her
You don't
fucking
have to be
knees.
standing as close as possible to them, where you have to look down at, literally.
Yeah, Jericho
down,
would
down
never
at
get that
them.
close.
I
Yeah.
know.
Straight up.
She kind of just goes, whatever. I'm sure I'll find what I'm looking for. All I'm looking for is a place to get the fuck away from here. You'll take care of yourselves and don't get yourselves killed.
So nowhere in particular? Going anywhere?
I don't even know where the hell we are, honestly. I guess we'll check this town out first, but past that, no clue.
Well then, whenever that favor comes, just come find us.
I will.
And if you are staying at one of the inns, I definitely owe you a meal for your help. Definitely much appreciated.
Well, maybe I'll take you up on that, Uvek.
And it'd be nice to use some fresh ingredients. I do like the stuff on the boat is pretty good, but fresh meat is always better than salted.
I'll give you that. And she will nod at you guys and head off the boat. Finally, you see Silverwing, Cluss, and Id approach. Oh, well, it was quite the journey to have with all of you.
It was.
Yeah, so rough, the latter half.
Mighty interesting. Where are you headed to?
I am on a bit of a quest for this land, to be honest. So, I will be around. There is a... And she looks over at Id and Cluss, who kind of look upset that she's sharing it, but she kind of gives them a glare to kind of say, my words, back off.
I outrank you.
I'm the princess here. And he goes, to be honest, we're on a search for my progenitor, as I said. We're hoping he's on this island.
Oh.
There is problems back in my homeland that we're hoping he can solve.
Does Micah know what this person looks like?
A whole ass dragon, probably.
Yeah, it's an ancient silver dragon.
Okay, so
like she's
it's
talking
pretty
about her
easy to-
bloodline of dragonic blood.
Okay.
Yeah. So, would you know what they look like? Would you know if you saw them? Probably when they crush you into a living pulp, maybe. Yeah.
Ancient silver dragons wouldn't do that. They're nice.
True.
They're shiny friend shapes.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think.
That's when they're actually green dragons.
It was a lie.
But
It
she
was
will
me, too.
look at each of you and goes, perhaps we will meet again on our journeys. It would be a pleasure to perhaps questing with you, being with all of you again.
Please keep in touch. It'd be great.
Indeed.
Going to miss you all.
You too, Hemlock. It was quite a pleasure to meet such a eloquent bird.
It was indeed a pleasure to meet you, Princess. And he'll give all of them a bird hug.
Just peck on the head. There we go.
My dear, you
Should-
take care and stay safe. We'll have tea again sometime.
Indeed.
Brightburn would be remiss if he did not offer his services to a princess. Should you require them, seek Brightburn out.
I will take you up on that offer, Sir Brightburn. It will be perhaps necessary. I do hope it won't be necessary, but if it does become so, I shall seek you out.
Yes, not.
And finally, Jade Shoetree comes up carrying a big duffel bag. And also at this point, she has made a cloth fabric mask around herself, Robin style.
Perfect.
Oh, a mask. Nice. The classic.
Very nice. Brightburn will, as Jade's coming down, he's gonna test the weight of the bag. Is the bag heavy?
Yeah, it's got some decent weight to it. Not crazy.
If it's not too heavy, Brightburn will make it heavier so she can get stronger.
You just
will
see her
put some of
plop
his own-
over as it becomes too
Sit on
heavy
the
for
back.
her. She doesn't have that highest strength score.
I will give her just enough, or just what she can handle.
Okay, Brightburn, ready to go.
Sidekick must be strong too.
Gotcha.
You're really going to take her with you.
Jericho is going to just like casually pat her side. It's just, you've got this, right? And will, as subtly as he can possibly fucking do so, just like whisper under his voice, whisper under his breath the vocal incantations and do the little move and shake of enhanced ability towards her strength.
Okay. So as you guys are about to get off the boat, you enter the first streets, and what you see blows your fucking mind. As
Oh my god, what do we...
A
you
bomb.
see what you see something that you've never seen before. You see
It's New York.
as you walk in this place, the place is crowded with people. And when I say crowded with people, I mean you see kobolds, goblins, humans, ogres. You see every single species you can think of. Orcs, hobgoblins, everywhere.
Centaurs. Cyborgs.
Yep, you do see centaurs and you see satyrs. You see a lot of people, and it's like, wow. And then you feel the ground shake.
Oh boy.
As
Hi,
you
Tenzing.
Yeah.
He falls.
You feel the ground shake, and you look up, and you see what looks to be a frost giant walking past you. And seems to be talking to thin air.
There's something small riding his fucking shoulder, isn't it?
Everybody roll me a perception check.
Image in hand.
No, that's what.
Juniper, your eyes are closed.
Juniper's just like, what are all these creatures? What is that? What is
Yeah.
this?
Anyone, you had to need a 15 or higher to see this. So those who got the 15. You see just in front of the frost giant a little dot of light, and you realize he's talking to a pixie. Who's just flying in front of his face.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Bryburn's gonna
Love
look
it.
very panicked. How the fuck am I supposed to stand out in a place like this?
Did he say that?
I'm not special anymore.
That is out loud, yes.
Yeah, at this point, you notice nobody seems to be noticing Brightburn.
Hey,
Jericho.
look at me! Hero of Waterdeep over here!
Jericho will just like bump Brightburn with his elbows. Just, you stand out plenty. What do you mean?
No, look. Bryburn's gesture to the giant.
And you're the only one here with a flaming head.
I mean, you are correct in that manner, but what sort of feats could the great Brightburn pull off that a giant could not?
Fit inside of a small house?
Pick up really small objects.
Without crushing them.
Well, I
hide
appreciate
yourself.
Very, all these very valid answers. Brightburn has a lot of work to do.
He must grow taller. He must become a giant.
Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think you can hit another growth spurt.
Well, not with that.
I mean, you're already
I mean,
as massive as it comes, but still.
I mean, Gwendolyn there had that potion that made me grow bigger, so.
Internal growth, then.
My perceptions for this land are definitely different than when I arrived. Like, I was not expecting. I don't know. As I heard distant foreign land, you know, I assumed strife. I don't know why. I thought Brightburn would come here and do something heroic, something to make a name for himself here.
In a place named Unity.
Look, I didn't put much stock into the name. Like, you hail from Waterdeep, right?
Yes.
Is it deep water there?
Aren't they by the coast?
Yeah, literally, like you're by a deep coastline.
Micah just
I don't
gives
think-
them a. They just give him a raised eyebrow.
Jericho gives him a nod like, uh-huh, yeah, sweetie.
Just think, just because there's a bunch of different people here, doesn't mean that you can still stand it. There's still legends to be written down here. Meanwhile, Uvek's having the complete opposite reaction to Brightburn. He's like, thank God I'm not the one standing up anymore.
People can stop
Jericho-
perceiving me.
In fact, when
Yeah.
you're-
Somewhere in the
in
middle.
your case, Jericho, you see so many orcs and half orcs and quarter orcs and every other version of orc that you're like, Jesus, like, you've never seen so many orcs in one place outside of a horde.
Well, actually, Uvek's never been in the horde. He's always grown up in a human
I'm
colony.
using it as an example, like as in
Yeah.
a raging attacking horde, like like basically you've only seen this when someone's attacking a city.
Yeah, I just have a feeling like Uvek's gonna like just talk to like an orc one day, and they're just gonna look at him like super weird. Like, you know how French Canadians, they don't sound right compared to traditional French. It's gonna be kind of just like that, like really broken orc.
But yeah, you've never seen such a strange place. It is bizarre to see. You see one little, but as you guys start walking, I'm assuming you're going to make your way to the mixing pot that you were told to.
What?
The Mixing Pot Tavern.
Right, okay.
Like, I'm assuming that's your location, or is there some place else you want to go first?
I don't think we would know where else the fuck to go.
We at least got our lodgings down, so probably the tavern first, yeah.
Yeah.
Jericho would approach somebody random who is not a goblin in the event that we cannot find the area.
Fair. But as you guys walk down the street, you do see what looks to be something very odd that you've never seen before. As you see what looks to be a little kobold in what seems to be a brown hat and like a three-piece little suit and short shorts. Basically, he's in a classic 1920s paperboy outfit.
Extra, extra!
Exactly, as he cries out, "Extra, extra! Read all about it!"
Micah will grab one.
1 copper.
Hands over a copper.
By the way, you have no idea what a newspaper is, Mike. Like,
At this point, they're just like, this place is curious. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
We're actually gonna nudge like Jericho and Brightburn and Juniper and Gwendolyn, just like, what's the extra of? Like, you just keep shouting extra what?
No, but it sounds interesting.
And
Is this a language that we can like?
It's
read?
it's in
Is this
common.
Okay.
And
Well,
this is what you read in brief format.
Steamhead gang scene 1. Bring forward to just.
Oh my god.
Brightburn will snatch it out of Micah's hand. You see this? It's right here. This Steamhead gang doesn't even read the rest of it. We gotta find these guys.
Micah snatches it right back from Brightburn's hands, just as rudely.
No, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it
Aim.
seems some
Oh,
form
I'm
of...
sorry.
I realize I have a typo there. That should be and recluse, and that ABD.
Just like how characters is not charters.
Yeah, but fair enough. I wrote that in a hurry.
Victor von Nomenstein is reportedly working on a new world-changing
Thanos
invention.
Minoan.
Victor!
I do not like where this Nomenstein is going with this. I have a sneaking suspicion that is not a good idea.
Victor.
People in a panic, disappearing citizens as the government has no idea of the cause. Interesting.
Disparate citizens. Huh. Well, I mean, this is a new settle. How long has this Unity been around for, Heath, again?
10,000 years or more?
No, I mean, like, the settlements that the Sword Coast finally discovered.
Okay, so
Unity.
Unity has existed for 10,000 years as Unity. It's reappeared only like about 6 to 8 months ago.
Okay.
It was basically, think of it like Bulvaria, where it was in an ultra-dimensional plane.
Okay, fair enough.
Right, and now it's reappeared back into its home world.
Head of Church of Unity reporting strange phenomenon all around the country. Huh.
This looks like a list of work, considering we just got here.
What's Mitral?
Well, I mean, I don't know about the lot of you, but we kind of just got here and this is a new land. I suggest that we kick up our feet a little before we go about doing all sorts of things. I mean, we were on a boat for 2 weeks?
3
It
weeks.
would be nice.
3 weeks.
I must say, it would be nice to get reacquainted with solid earth.
By the way, if you
Also,
want, if you were asking if you want to know what the Myconid is, please roll me a nature check for anyone who doesn't know that, because that is a rare enough race that that's not an auto no.
I'll do it.
What was it again?
Nature.
Iconic.
Nature.
Wee.
We.
Whoa.
Anybody else?
no, Uvek's not. I just know Uvek's not gonna know that.
Yeah, Juniper's also not gonna have a clue.
Gwendolyn and Jericho, you two pass.
The mushies.
They're mushroom people.
Mushies.
Literally living, talking, walking mushroom people.
Random question, are they large?
They're medium.
Got it.
We had them in a campaign before. I don't remember which one, but we met mushroom people underground.
It was literally Stormbird.
Yeah.
The first campaign I ran for Judah.
True.
They were making drugs out of their babies.
Oh my god, I was about to ask that, Heath. I was literally about to ask that.
Whether they made drugs out of my kid babies? Like, what would you
Yeah,
ask?
if you consume them, would you get high?
Yeah, well, in Stormbird Empire, the babies you could.
So it's basically kind of like venomous spiders, where normal sized ones won't probably do too much to you, but babies will just like super dangerous.
Well, in any case, yes, you guessed it on the head. The newspaper is available quests in the game. And I will probably update that from future quests as well for giving you guys locations. So, you know, I thought that was a neat way to do it.
Fair enough. I like it.
Anyways, so as you guys head towards the Mixing Pot Tavern, you ask a random citizen where they are. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, who's going to ask? You said it was going to be you, Jericho?
Sure.
Roll me a D100.
Okay. 82.
Okay, so as you go and ask, you go out to ask a random person, and the only requirement you said was no goblin, and you tap someone on the back, and you see it from the back, and you thought at first you assume it's a tabaxi because you see a furry person, and you tap them on the shoulder, and they turn around, and you see a gnoll just turn and look at you.
Hi! Hello!
Oh, hi! What you doing here?
I just kind of rolled in, and I was wondering, do you happen to know where the Mixing Pot Tavern is?
Oh yeah, you go 3 streets down that way, take a right, go 4 streets left, take another right, and then at the next place, you'll see the Mixing Pot Tavern. Can't miss it. Big sign with man with a pot.
Okay, so 3 forward, 1 to the right. I think you said 1. Oh wait, no, that's contradictory because you said a right and then immediately a couple of lefts. Right, okay.
Jericho seems to have actually absorbed that information.
Okay, you guys head towards the Mixing Pot Tavern, and on the outside you see what looks to be this. The tavern sign is what you see is a giant spoon mixing in what looks to be like a stirring cauldron, and what you see what looks to be. We go east. A bunch of random, like, dropped in, like, races being dropped into the pot.
Because it's a mixing pot of a nation.
It's actually a cannibalism restaurant.
And that.
And as you guys enter, this is the Mixing Pot Tavern.
There's a cannibalism
Now,
side story here.
You see a vast variety of people, as you have in the street. You see turtle, centaur, kenku, orcs, humans, tieflings, dragonborns.
Princess Peach and Wario.
Hmm?
It's Princess Peach and Waluigi.
Oh my god.
It is.
I mean, that's one way to look at it. Wah. Waluigi, kobolds, goblins, minotaurs, etc., etc. And then you look at the barkeeper, and you look at him, and you're like, you have absolutely no idea what the fuck he is. He is larger than an orc, smaller than an ogre, has human characteristics, pointy ears of an elf, greenish skin like an orc or a troll, but like a big butt and huge nose like a dwarf. And you're like, what?
His existence perplexes.
But is he handsome?
I mean, he's got a rugged charm.
Good enough.
That's what we need here.
When it comes to your coding.
I mean, quite literally,
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was quite literally. There is no concept art of the thing I'm explaining.
Understood.
So, he is just what looks to be this massive mound of muscle. And literally looks like he's got a hint of just about every species known to man.
Well, Brightburn will approach him, give him a very over-the-top wave, like just high above his head, and he will sit down at the bar, and he goes, Brightburn and his friends here request rooms for the night. Is it something you have available, sir?
Oh, oh, of course we do. We got rooms for you, friend. I mean, we got lots of rooms here.
Claw looks you up and down.
You're an interesting fella.
I can say the same about you.
Jericho immediately like, see?
I have to admit, but you're like mixed with a will-o-wisp.
Mixed with the willow. Brightburn's never heard that one before. No. These are,
Can Micah insert that?
I mean, what are you inciting?
Is he like, no, I'm totally not this thing? Or is he just like lying up his ass?
Oh, fair, roll it. You mean you're inciting Brightburn, okay.
Yeah.
Brightburn, you can...
Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on.
Sorry, I thought you were inciting the barkeep. I'm like, what?
Oh, no. No, there aren't any rooms for you. Haha, you have been fooled.
They open the door, it's just like, it's already populated. Like, what the hell, man?
You would, he seems to be telling the truth.
Okie dokie.
No, what you're looking at right there, I can see how you mistake for a will-o-wisp. That's 100% genuine Fey magic.
He scratches his chin.
I got you. So, well, I mean, it's different. I mean, I suppose it works well for you, mate.
One of a kind, really.
I mean, aren't we all?
And what about you? You seem to be a large lad. What sort of blood pumps through your veins?
Oh, if you're wanting to know the heritage of all Gruntley here, I mean, let's see, we call it the mixing pot mostly because of our family heritage. I'm 1/10, and he starts going off. He's human, dwarf, elf, troll, ogre, goblin, orc.
23andMe DNA test.
Right, he's
everything.
got some tiefling in him somewhere. He's got cobalt in him in the background. He's got a hint of furbolg. As you look out and you see he's got like a little bit of blue tuff coming out of his ears.
What race are you? Yes. Just
yes.
Yes.
And you think you could see some dragonborn scales on his back.
Or those kobold scales. Ooh.
Everybody just looks around.
Or just dragons.
You might want to get that checked.
Oh, fuck.
Well, your family reunions are probably quite the extravaganza.
Oh, there's a lot to them.
It's a little complicated. He turns around to like clean a bar, and you see that he's got a tabaxi tail.
Nice.
I wrote down Gruntley the Mutt.
That's why it's called the mixing pot. It's named after the family heritage. He's the pot.
They don't discriminate. Love is love, after all.
Yeah. So what say you about those rooms? Can my friends and I get a few for the night?
Oh, of course. It'll cost you gold a night.
We have a note, actually. Your friend, the captain. What's the captain's name again?
Tumblr, yep.
Tumblr. Captain Tumblr.
Oh, you're with Captain Tumblr, you should have said so. He's my cousin.
Ah. Interesting. Micah is just sort of like trying to you see a little loading screen, just like, okay, which part of the race is, which goes where?
Same loading screen.
Basically, based off this guy's nationality, everyone in this tavern could be his cousin.
We're probably cousins and we don't even know it.
He looks over at you and goes, oh, of course, I mean, if you... Oh, you did him a favor, it says here. I'm supposed to give you rooms for while you're staying in our great city of Salmon Bay.
If you wouldn't mind, of course.
Oh, of course you're allowed. I mean, anyone friend of my cousin's a friend of mine. Any case, so, what can I do for you? Want some good old home-cooked meal from Gruntley?
Oh, if that wouldn't be too much.
No, of course not. I'll go in the back and chop something up for you right away.
Jericho just gives a bright smile. He's very appreciative.
Any sweets would also be appreciated.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I've got.
Like, in that manner, like he's putting down a lot of money, place down a copper.
Sorry, Chris, are you going to say something?
No.
Okay, sorry. For some reason I thought I heard you. He comes back with a looks to be this giant pot of various... Basically, he's got this giant pot of what looks to be everything he found in the kitchen stew.
A typical halfling meal.
Jericho
Seems like a
needs
very
it. Jericho
odd
needs it now.
brand meal for him.
If you will.
Jericho needs it now.
You're looking at the specialty of the mixing pot. The mixed pot.
How big is this pot? Does it like take up the entire corner square?
Let's just put it this way. He had to use both hands to carry it, and he's about 12 feet tall.
Hot pot. Let's go for the next week.
This is D&D gumbo right here.
Pretty much.
Alright. Brightburn will, well, I'm assuming with the help of Micah. Oh, actually, no, Brightburn doesn't need help carrying that. Yeah, Brightburn will carry it back to the table.
Mike would not be able to help anyways.
I mean, he looks at you, he's like, you want bowls with that?
Well, I mean, obviously, he...
What? He
I'm
brought
not a
the pot out.
Neanderthal.
The thing is, he brought the pot out to serve, not to give you the pot. You just basically walked away with the buffet tray.
Alright, that's
He just
I'll
took-
take
goes to a
the whole
buffet, just takes the entire trolley full of foods with him.
Yeah, thanks, man.
pot. Micah, pay the man.
You said it was it was a buffet for unlimited food, so I'm taking all advantage of everything.
Jericho basically already nabbed a fucking a bowl like so quickly, like fastest that you've ever seen. He's went fucking 3 weeks without soup, dude. Can you imagine?
Soup. Do we owe him anything?
This is all part of the service. You guys get freebies for doing the... Part of your reward was getting freebie for the lodging here.
Sweet.
Return to the table. We have soup and we have rooms for the night.
I'll pass on this one, thank you.
How good is it?
For the sake, I'll move you guys to your table.
How good is it?
The soup? Or the
Yeah.
stew? It's quite tasty.
Fuck yes.
It's also
Jericho's
filling as hell, as there's just lumps of various meats and veggies and spices and...
You know, I've heard of this recipe. I think it's called everything soup. I think it's a halfling recipe.
It's so good.
Micah is going to look at the bowl that is clearly way too much for them to actually finish themselves, so they just like look at Uvek, pour some into his bowl, and then continues eating.
Funnily enough, the proper term for the soup is stone soup.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Okay,
Have you ever heard
fair
of you ever heard of the story of stone soup?
No.
No? Classic stale.
No.
A guy makes a bet with an innkeeper saying he can make a soup out of stone. Yeah,
Oh.
the trick is he puts a stone in the soup and then he gets the innkeeper to eventually put in veggies, carrots, meats, spices, and basically makes an entire soup normally. The stone was just a bluff to get a free meal out of it.
We eat is... I know that was heavy for Jade. Are they,
Oh, speaking
like,
of which,
tired?
I guess I gotta have Jade out with you guys now since Jade is officially your traveling NPC.
Yeah,
We did it
so,
again, Heath. We adopted another one.
Yeah, sorry guys, I grabbed the child.
That is okay.
That's not gonna blow up in our faces at all.
No.
Do they have an appetite is what I'm checking. Like, they're not too tired to eat or anything like that? That was...
No, you should see Jade just mowing down.
Good, good.
Jericho and Jade are just going ham. Jericho's actually crying, guys. This is so good.
Wonder if they
Well,
have
in
any
between
problems, like-
mouth... Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, you first.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, in between mouthfuls of food, Brightbird will again notion at the paper that Micah had grabbed and be like, so about this gang, Greenford, that sounds pretty interesting, guys. What do y'all think about doing that?
Me opening up the notes again. Where's the newspaper?
Oh,
Jericho
sorry.
looked up-
I'll share it for you. I shared it, but didn't give you the. I'll give you the newspaper to actually own. Configure permissions and observer for everyone. There you go. You should be able to see it in your notes now.
Newspaper. Thank you.
I mean, I'm thinking a good night's rest. We go take out the gang tomorrow. Boom! We're famous in this town.
I don't think that that's how that works, nor will I think that would garner enough attention to make us famous.
As you say that, I'm going to say the waitress comes around and overhears you. Are you talking about going to the Green Fort? That's not in town.
Well, I didn't figure it was in town.
Oh, yes, fine. It's just Green Fort's about 130 miles from here.
I think he
don't know
was
if you know
perhaps meaning the land.
Oh.
the
He's
land,
just
exactly.
He's very excitable and wants to get to it straight away.
Oh, fine. It's just you're talking about the steamheads. I mean, you sure you people want to go take care of the gang? You look a little. And she kind of looks at each of you, and I don't mean any offense to this new here.
Yeah, I mean, a fort seems a bit of a harsh start there, Brightburn. Like,
No,
come
the
here,
fort. Like that's our local army. She looks over. She.
Oh, I was gonna say we're strangers in a strange land. We need to start somewhere, don't we?
Actually, while we're on the topic, could you tell us where the main landmarks are here? You know, markets, other places.
Well, if you're talking about the town, there's plenty of marks and towns here. Depending what you're. Oh, sorry.
Would you know where to get a map?
Oh, of course. That's easy enough. Actually, you see, that's who I forgot to get off the boat. You guys didn't see frickin' Gerhelda. Moldron and Gerhelda, I forgot to get them off the boat. No, I'll retrospectively, they got off the boat as well and went on their mapping adventure, but knew I was forgetting somebody. As you say and ask for a map, though, you do see someone suddenly walk into the tavern. As this will be a good breather to bring him in. As you see what looks to be this orc in fine robes and kind of spectral glasses on his head.
Handsome.
I'll blow up the picture and share with everyone.
Oh, he's a fancy orc.
Fancy. Sophisticated, dainty hands.
As you see this orc man walk in, he's kind of scrawny for an orc, but he looks to be full-blooded, or at least as close as full-blood as anybody is in this country. As you gather, their full blood is kind of is more of a guideline than an actual thing. As he kind of walks in, he seems to be also having a book floating in front of him. As you see a mage hand just kind of slowly turn pages, he kind of is reading and walking at the same time.
A guy.
As he walks in, he's like, you hear Gruntley go, Grok, you're here. You want your usual table? It's like, yes, Gruntley, that would be most appreciated. And he sees your party sitting at the table and goes, oh my. That is quite the head. Brightburn, he's looking at you.
I guess you guys were right. I am going to get noticed. Thank you.
Is that some sort of like mixing with Will-O-Wisp?
No, I never got that question before Brightburn got here. But no. Fey magic.
It's all illusory. He literally sticks a hand inside of Brightburn's head flame.
Oh.
Yep.
Fascinating. I wonder if I could dispel
Pleasure
it.
to meet you. The name is the Immortal Brightburn, and I would ask that you not.
Well, the
I
name...
have precautions for such an event, but it would be easier if you respected my privacy.
Oh,
What?
I see. It's a disguise.
Who's he talking to?
He's
I
talking
was
to Grok.
talking to Grog when he said he was going to dispel it, or if he could.
He's wondering.
Oh,
if
he didn't hear that.
Yeah, he said out loud he wondered if he could dispel the hood.
Okay.
Do I know? Can it be dispelled? Can my head just turn off?
Technically, it cannot be dispelled, though if you enter an anti-magic field, it would pop off.
Okay.
Because anti-magic will
Blow
kill anything other than legendary items. Or actually, no, I take that back. It'll kill anything other than an artifact. Which is beyond legendary.
Blow up his head.
I'm happy to have caught your attention. I am the immortal Brightburn, and these are my friends. My sidekick, Tree Girl.
Hi! Droll.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, the name's Grok Greenhands.
Pleasure.
Indeed. You all look fascinating. You're not from here, are you?
No, we.
What gives it away?
Well, Lisa looks over at each of you. It's more of an observation of just states. One for simplicity's sake is your dress code's a bit out of place here, let's say.
What has been the dress code?
That's to be expected.
Okay, obviously the artwork won't reflect it, but a lot of the dress code looks like it looks like late 18th century.
Oh.
Like you're looking at suits and pants.
Victorian.
Victorian, yeah.
More Victorian.
These people would basically be, if you looked at dress code, they're several hundred years ahead of the average fantasy dress code.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, we all showed up looking like knights.
Medieval.
Rogues, and... okay.
Micah exposing ankles like a whore.
That's the case in any reality.
Yeah, I mean, any era that's the case. Actually, a good example would be, you know what? Actually, good. Oddly enough, there is one person that looks like proper. Let's see if I can get their image to blow up.
Is it Princess Peach?
No, I can't blow up the
Is
image,
it Link?
unfortunately, because it's. Oh, I can't blow up the image because they're part of the background because it was an old image. If you look right here and zoom in, that kobold here, that's probably closer than normal dress code.
Nice.
That's great.
Seems we'll have to do some shopping.
I don't really know if I can pull off the hat.
Oh, I know I can.
Of course you could.
I think I'll stick to what I'm wearing.
Well, I mean,
worn this for
it's not like your
thousands of
dress
years.
code's unnecessarily not here, but I gather you must have come in from the recent steamer ship.
I did.
Yeah. Kind of weird seeing so many orcs wandering around.
You think that much here, you should see Greenfort.
Oh, really?
Speaking of being new here, as I was saying, also looks at the waitress that I'm assuming is still standing there.
Yeah.
Would you be able to tell us landmarks, give us maps, and such so we don't get lost, of course?
Oh, you're all interested in maps, are you? Oh, Greenhand looks over at each of you. So happens I have one on me.
With a caveat?
Oh, no, just sharing information with locals is always a good idea. After all, we should keep ourselves friendly, right? Besides, it's a good idea for you to know what's in this new world you are entering. And he will activate the world map for you. There you go.
Ooh, it even has little token reference actors.
Yep.
Oh, can we move the oh yeah,
Don't
okay.
touch the tokens if you can avoid them.
We're way
Sorry.
down here, right? Salmon Bay.
Yeah, you're in Salmon Bay.
Where are we? Sorry, I just don't see the sound.
That's the most south you can, and try to zoom in quite a bit because the color of the mesh kind of like I don't know
you can-
camouflages
you can-
everything.
You can change the text color.
I mean, you can, except I can't activate the text color on these because this is from the previous map. This is an import, remember? Meaning I'm very limited what I can
Right.
do.
Right.
Right, but it looks like the names are from Foundry.
No, the names are not from Foundry. That's from
They're
the
not?
original. They
Oh.
just transferred over.
Oh, it looks like it was from Foundry.
Nope. You can't. I cannot activate these tokens. Yeah, it's problematic.
That's what.
But short of me re-importing everything, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I might fix it in the future, but those are the ones you are aware of.
We're in Salmon Bay.
Yeah, the space is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Well, it is meant to be a large area after all.
What is this place over here? And points over to this what looks to be like a castle thingy.
It's like an eastern
Pagoda.
side
Yeah.
building.
I'm just gonna flip back here.
Hemgemily Castle?
What'd you say, Andy? Sorry, that went
So
over
where
my
were you
head.
looking for?
Yeah, the Hemgem. I can't pronounce it. Dang it! But it's not the same. It's not the same one. Never mind.
Just look left. The castle, the red and blue.
Okay, so you're looking at the temple.
Mhm.
That one just did not get shared with the name. 1 second, I will show that one linked up. That would be a known one.
I hate to be a bummer for you, Heath, and it's not relevant right now, I don't think, but like a lot of them on the left don't have names.
Not everyone will have a name, but a lot of them,
Okay.
yeah.
My phone waits till like 1 o'clock in the morning to remind me of my fucking calendar updates. It seems like such an odd fucking time.
Yeah, there we go.
You
for
want to
everyone.
double make sure.
There, now you can see the name.
Temple of the Changing Beast. Ooh.
But yeah, as you guys look about, if you got any question for any of the areas, I will start telling you which ones are which. As I start updating tokens so you can read everything.
How far is the distance to get? I'm assuming over top left is Green Fort. How long would it take to get there from Salmon Bay?
If you use the ruler, the mileages are correct.
Let's see. Whoops. Gotta use the.
It's in white text.
How do you do?
I don't know why you guys are having such trouble reading the white text. I can read it just fine.
For some reason,
No, because I'm super zoomed out, so it looks like this for me.
Yeah, don't zoom out. You gotta zoom in a bit, but otherwise, yeah, I'll give you that.
I saw, I think, like 600 something.
How do you do?
No, like to Green
Green
Fort, you're
Fort
looking
is
at 130
130.
miles.
Green Fort. Oh, that's Green Fort.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at.
I was looking at the. I wanted to know, like the very, very top, the end of the island, just like how large this place is.
The place is about close to 1,000.
Okay. Just for like, in case if we ever for some reason have to travel to the other side, how long that would possibly take. Micah's trying to get
a couple months at least.
A
few months.
Few months.
No, you do 30 miles a day, so 10
About a
days
year.
would be 300. What?
No, sorry. No, never mind. I miscalculated. I was thinking. After some reason, I counted 10. 10,000 miles, not 1,000. Sorry, the text is a bit blurry.
I mean, it would take you about 20 days to travel 600 miles, so you're looking about a month from one end of the continent to the country to the other.
Okay.
Alright, guys, we're gonna have a new Terry Fox run, and we're gonna go all around Unity.
Yow.
And I will start updating all the map links. You would have a full map here. But anyways, he does look over at you, so, well, if you want any information on the area, please just let me know, and I'd be happy to fill you in.
What about? I know we've discussed it for a brief time on the ship, but what reasons are the rest of you lot here? Like Brightburn's come to make a name for himself here. To, you know, do good far and wide. Greenfort seems like a good start. I've been speaking of it selfishly. What about y'all? What do y'all want to do?
Well,
The thing again.
I guess Brightburn's basically just asking where y'all's directions are. Like, not, it doesn't have to be from the list, but like, let me put it this way. Like,
what are your goals?
Yeah, maybe Brightburn can be a hero to you.
I mean, I'm just kind of here just to look around. I don't know. I'm waiting for the hammer to show me something. Like, show me the island here, and it's still trying. I'm still waiting for it to guide me somewhere. So I'll give you a heads up when I have another vision. Although I do want to know what this. Oh, sorry. You first.
I got a lead as to something that happened to me, and it led me to Unity. So I'm simply following that lead.
I have absolutely no need thus far. I am just looking for someone, so might as well explore for a while.
I mean, Jericho said he's here just to hear the tales, right?
Oh, Judah's gone. He'll be back.
Yeah, that's fine. And then,
what about Jennifer?
Yeah, Juniper.
Okay. I was gonna let Jericho go first. I didn't realize he wasn't here. I was just being courteous. So earlier, Juniper did say, I almost said Jericho, and I'm like, what? Juniper did say that she was like following a dream here.
Oh yeah, she.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Prophetic.
So I don't know if she would still be asked or not.
Welcome back. We're just kind of all discussing what we're deciding to do. We've all given our reasons why we're here. And if I remember correctly, Judah, you said Jericho's here to create, make a name for himself as a god.
Oh, he cares very, very little about notoriety of any kind. He's here on a quest for love, for light, and to spread it.
Fair enough.
What better place? And I'm sure you're tired of hearing Brightburn suck the air out of the room with this one, but what better place for all of you to start your journey at Greenfort? Green Hands, what can you tell us about these Steamhead gangs? I believe I can convince our party here to fight them, in them, and become a champion of your realm.
You want to know about the Steamheads?
As much as you can tell good heroes like us?
Well, the Steamheads mostly are, how would you put it, ruffians and punks.
Oh yeah, tell me more.
I mean, they tend to be very, how to put it, well, I guess the best way to put it, they're a biker gang.
Who gang?
You have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, come again.
Oh, I mean, they use the bikes and cause trouble. They're known to be...
What's a bike?
Oh, a bike?
It's a motorized object using 2 wheels and steam power to travel at high speeds.
So it's
What's-
kind of
what
like
a
that
wheel.
ship over there, but it's on
What's
land
motorized?
and uses wheels.
So, like a carriage?
I suppose so, except that much faster.
So it's kind of like
What kind of horses do you have here?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
What do you feed your horses? The horsepower.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
about each bike is about 20 horsepower.
Well, it's
You have a
very-
carriage that's large enough that it needs 20 horses to move it, and it's still fast?
Oh, of course. You don't know. You know, it might be hard to explain. I guess you'll have to find out when you see them.
Well, I look forward to meeting these new fast horses.
Yes, well, the Steamhead Gang, anyways, mostly punks and ruffians, though they have been known to be rather unfriendly towards outsiders. In fact, they're mostly formed about 6 months ago when we first reunited with the main lands. The Steamheads are young kids who say that the outside influences are going to be bad for the country.
What better way to show them otherwise than by kicking their asses?
Brightburn. Something tells me that might actually have the opposite effect.
I'm sorry, Judah, that was not a character.
Not it.
I'm sorry, man. Well, I mean, that sounds perfect. Ruffians, bigots. What better quest for Brightburn?
Well,
we could leave tomorrow, and he'll look to the rest of the party very excitedly.
He
And
does
what
look
would
at
you
you.
even do?
You find yourselves to be heroes, you say.
He is.
He calls himself to be heroes.
I think I have the
Yeah.
potential to be a hero, but I'm just a bard.
Yeah!
I mean,
We're heroes.
most people don't tend to. Most people do not tend to call me hero back in Swords Coast.
If you're looking for something more at home as well, I might have something that might be useful for your lot. You seem to be unknown in this land, and thus might be useful. Yeah, we have a bigger problem within the city there than those punks outside the walls of Greenfort. If you're, of course,
Bigger problem?
interested.
Brightburn slowly turns his head. A bigger problem than punks?
Yes, well, to be certain, he looks about, casually. More of a suspicion, but something I myself personally have been investigating. There's a merchant in town. His name is Bernard Alismeyer. And for 1 second, I will post that name for those of you who need it.
I'm writing it down.
Thank you.
Welcome by.
There you go.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
He's been, how shall I say, he was a low-level merchant a few months back, but apparently has gained vast fortunes of late. I suspect he's been doing some rather, how shall we say, devious deals of late. And he kind of looks about, I suspect he's been doing deals with the mainland. Deals which our country has dictated to be very illegal. He's trading arms.
Well, someone ought to stop him.
Well, indeed, I was hoping to do so, but we need some group to get into his home and perhaps find some evidence of such things. I have an idea where he might be keeping them, but unfortunately he knows my face and most people around here, but perhaps a group of your... Then he looks at each of you. Unique talents might be able to... I'm going to move over back to the Mixing Tavern since we're out of the map. Might be more interested in seeing if you could figure out a way to... Let's say... taps his chin.
would you be able to perhaps infiltrate his home as some sort of disguise or betrayal sort of thing? Fellow merchants, acrobats, some sort of scam to get inside to look around.
Would you know? Oh, sorry.
No, first.
Would you happen to know the locations in which he does these kind of deals? Black market and such?
Unfortunately, he does keep those things rather hidden. The exact location where he does such a deal would be hard to discover, unfortunately. If I knew that, I would be able to, let's say, get the watch on him myself. Part of what you mean is perhaps to find some of the paperwork he has in the area. Documents, records, location, locale, business partners. He would have to have some sort of paper trail.
May I ask, since you are familiar to him, what is it exactly that you do? Are you a prominent figure around here as well?
He kind of looks about. I'm a bit of a freelance scholar and detective.
Would this be a paid gig?
No, of course I would definitely pay you for your services. Would 600 gold be efficient?
I think nearly chokes on his soup.
That's a lot of yes, so 100 gold each, Judah. Just before you freak out, it's 600 total.
Yeah, no. That's what I assume, but Uvek has never seen that kind of gold in his life.
Yeah.
Brightburn will happily refuse it for the group.
Immediately.
Nonsense, we all work for free.
600.
You really do this sort of work for the glory of it.
And then become
Wait till
broken and hungry on the streets. We'll take the 600.
Wait till it hits Brightburn that the purpose of this mission is to stay undercover afterwards, too.
The thing I love, too, is the simple fact that Brightburn's a monk, so he can afford to turn away all the money and not get hurt by his character class.
Yeah.
Hey, Brightburn, think about this. If you have gold, you can afford more cake.
We'll do it for some gold.
600. Our group can discuss this, but since you are still answering questions, these last 3 in this list, could you give us a little context? The church, this von Nomenstein, and disappearing people.
Oh, you're talking about the newspaper.
Yes.
Well, I can give you the info I have, though the newspaper knows a bit. The Church of Unity has been a very strange phenomenon. Mostly, from what I understand, the phenomena consist of strange occurrences with people strange phenomena such as teleportations of various people to locations they weren't originally at for no apparent reason. Seems to have strange glowing trees appearing in some of the forests that no one's unaware of for some reason. Apparently music has been heard in some of the mines, just deep within the mines for no apparent source either. Things like of that nature.
I see.
They are vague because, well, as you can tell from what I've described, they're very varied. As far as the Bicta goes, the nutty inventor that he is, nobody knows. It's a mystery. Just reports that he's working on something new. For reference, Bicta is the one who invented the steam engine.
And where does he work?
Oh, he has a mansion several miles away from here.
Interesting. And the panic of disappearing citizens? I assume this is new since reappearing to the
That's
world?
actually been recurring over the last month. People have been disappearing all over the city, and apparently multiple places in the country as well. Just gone. We're not sure why or how, but
we can assume it's been foul play of some sort.
When
Foul
did this
play
start?
from who?
Couple months ago.
So this was like a little bit after they re-emerged from their
About 4 months
hiding?
after they re-emerged. It's been 6 months since they
Okay.
re-emerged. This has started happening a couple months ago.
Okay. You know, aside from the gang that is close by here, who else is opposed to Unity being united back with the mainlands? What is
Well-
the situation?
As I did state, the steam heads are parts of that problem. Also, some of the some of the leaders in the capital are hesitant to joining up. We do consider your land to be somewhat savage at the moment, and I, present company excluded, close-minded of our way of life.
No, you're absolutely right.
I need to head out, y'all.
Oh yeah, no worries. You,
Same.
Bye, boy.
Hey man, we'll be wrapping up here
Yeah.
pretty quick, so don't worry.
Bye.
Yeah, I gotta go back because I got class. So.
Oh yeah, no worries, Andy. Well, we're gonna wrap up in 5, so I'll wrap up at this point. But basically, so for the quick assumption of moving forward, so not too many people are missing. Oh, feel free to log off, Andy. I'll just, I'll catch you up with what happens.
All right, sounds good. Peace.
Yep, peace, man.
Yeah.
Good night.
So we'll do a quick wrap up here just to keep things so people don't miss too much.
Yeah, Micah basically just like wants the general, what's the vibe of this place, what are they about, and what are the big things, how the place functions, shit like that.
So the vibe you get of the place is it's pretty welcoming to people, but there are people who look at your land as, a lot of trouble has been happening since they've come here. And they're blaming your land for the problems, obviously. Like, there's missing people, for example, and even these strange phenomenon are partly looked at you. I did forget to mention one thing you did see on the street, Micah, that caught a few of your eyes. Apart from all the other things you saw, you did see something you've never seen before. Yes, none of you have seen before. You saw a couple changelings just as changelings.
Oh.
Though we would
Get 'em!
we would only Micah would know
What that looks like. True. But it would be a race none of you would recognize.
That's right. Yeah. I feel like a lot of these are some of them would be races we've never seen before.
True enough. There's probably a lot of them, but in Micah's case, Micah would have seen changelings.
As a pertinent note, Brightburn in a very serious tone needs to indicate about whether or where the closest disappearance person is. Like if he knows that.
You would be told that there have been people disappearing from this city itself.
Yeah, sorry, the location. Like, where's the closest location somebody went missing? Like,
Did Timmy get taken
people
from
are
his house?
disappearing, right? They have to be disappearing from someplace. Where's the closest?
The last people nobody knows the exact place they disappeared, hence they disappeared.
I mean, from their life. Like, they
Yes,
have to
I know
disappear.
their home. I mean, I know. I was just getting into that. Yeah, there was this having specific home locale in mind at the moment, but basically, there's just there is a small home where a family went missing.
Perfect, thank you. Brightburn's interested in that. We think we should do that now.
Personally, I suggest we start off with something smaller and kind of gestures towards what's his face?
Green Hands.
Green Hands, and the offer that he was making. Consider that this is a what's the fucking word? Confirmed job, like solid.
it's an actual job as opposed
It's
to
an actual job.
The other thing's not a job. That is just you rushing off to be a hero. Like there is no monetary reward mentioned or guaranteed in any way. It's just the newspaper.
Okay.
Right.
We are new to this place. We need money to navigate through it. And we're still learning each other's special skills. Stares at Brightburn expectantly.
Oh, sorry, I did not realize you were talking to me. I thought you were talking to Green Hand.
Oh, no, yeah. Just like gesturing towards Green Hands, but talking to you. Just saying, like, yeah, we're going to be paid for this one, and, like, it actually is solid, versus I don't want to go wandering around looking for disappeared people yet.
It's a good way to get disappeared.
They poofed.
They poofed.
That's perfectly fine. I understand your concern with that. I mean, my sort of lifestyle, or Brightburn sort of lifestyle, isn't for everybody. I'll work with you on this job, but I have a suspicion that I have a gut feeling that those missing people are why Brightburn is here.
Well, things could be connected, and considering what this job is currently, that also still applies to some form of heroism.
Right. Yeah, no. We can do you a job. But Brightburn wants it known that we should keep an eye on this.
We can certainly keep an eye. Well then, is everyone in agreement?
Sounds fine to me.
Well then, Mr. Greenhands, if you would write up a contract, I believe we would be most happy to take on this job.
That is fantastic news. I will do so essentially. Of course, I will leave the infiltration to how you wish to do it, up to you and your party.
Do you have a deadline?
Well, I mean, it's not as exactly there's a deadline, but I would say the sooner the better. The longer he's on the prowl, the more likely he will, how should we say, increase his wealth, his power, and also get away with more criminal activity. Plus, he does gain himself.
Stand for that. Oh, I was saying, well, we can't stand for that, can we?
Indeed. Not to mention, he is also gaining more and more favor with the lords and ladies of the city. The higher up he is, the harder it will be to deal with him.
Well then, we'll start planning.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I thank you very much, and we will look forward to working with all of you. And I think...
Thank you, good sir.
Indeed. I think that's a good place to call it.
Yo!
But before I finish up, you guys level up.
Yeehaw! Yay! Let's get our sheet out.
Alright, guys, I hope I wasn't being too pushy with the hero stuff.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's great. Micah is just Micah, so they are just gonna naturally push against. I love Brightburn.
I hope you guys had fun with today's game.
Yeah, we learned some stuff. How do you... Is there a way similar to, like, the Charactermancer?
There is. You gotta switch over to Tidy Sheet, I think, to do it, though.
Tidy Sheet?
Yeah, Tidy 5. Do you have the, I think Micah should have...
I thought there was a way with the Compact Sheet as well. No, I guess not. Weird that it's not on there. But if you switch over to the Tidy Style Sheet, you definitely can.
Default sheet, compact, beyond like sheet, tidy style sheet, save configuration.
Right, and then you'll see a little up arrow on the far right top of your character sheet.
Okay. 3 to 4. Whoop. Take, add, hit points. Sure, I'll take average.
We roll or take average. No, we roll, and if it's bad, we can take average.
It's roll or take average. If you risk the roll, you risk the roll.
Do we get to reroll ones?
Nope, they become twos.
Let's take the average.
I don't want to re-roll ones. That's not how I would do it. You get to if you roll, you don't take the one, but the one just becomes a 2.
Oh shit! I increased my score, right? That's the monk thing to do right now. I don't need anything else going on.
Yeah, you really got to up your stats as a monk, man.
Yeah.
Get that dex up.
It did not go up. What the fuck? I clicked up and it didn't go up, so I'm just gonna change it.
Yeah, you might
Yeah, there we go.
I'll upgrade Jade with the rest of you since she'll be traveling with you.
Quick and healing, what the fuck?
You can use a key point to heal yourself.
2 key points.
Oh, it's worse than I thought. Yikes.
Yeah, that sounds like it blows. What the fuck?
So nice.
It kind of blows.
It's one of those new optional features. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an optional thing. It still blows though.
Yeah. It's a waste of the key. That key seems so precious. I've had one battle as a monk and I realized, oh, that key is important.
Oh yeah, key is key. That's one of the things that like monks, because of the low key, monks are really crappy low level. But by high level, you have so much key. The chances are you're not going to blow through it all before you get another short rest.
Well, they're also. I was gonna say they're also short resters, so I mean that doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a warlock spell slot, right?
Yeah.
How do I go back?
Shit! Should fall off buildings now.
Indeed. I guess we can stop recording.